We've got something first, Dare. Let's go! I'll consume, thank you. You got a 15 stream streak? I don't even know it went that high. Grats! Thank you, Lala. We got like 40 seconds till the ad break is over. I don't know if it's actually playing ads, but we'll pretend it is. Okay, I think the ads are over? I don't actually know. But hello everyone! Hello! When are you doing the Nick Cage character Smasher Pass? What are you talking about? One day. Hi everyone. I made the mistake of drinking all of my Red Bull before stream. I literally made it like an hour ago, and I'm like, oh, like, this will last me at least till like halfway through stream, and then no, I just chugged the whole thing. So maybe during one of my ad breaks, I'll get some more. But hi everyone! Let me say hello. I gotta get back in the streamer mindset. The streamer grind set. Hello Dare, hello Max, hello Jeremy, hello Lala, hello everyone! You're gonna be pissing and crashing the whole stream, got it. Hell yeah, I already feel like I'm crashing, to be honest. But maybe it just hasn't kicked in yet. Hello streamer, how was the drawing session last time? It was good! Made progress. It's kind of whatever. But speaking of, I am gonna be having. I didn't make a command for it because I forgot. But I am gonna be having my first Picardo stream on Monday. I posted it in the Discord. Again, I forgot to make a command for it for my Picardo, but yeah. Cause I want to start streaming over there. Mostly some like not safe for Twitch games. But I need to like buy some first. Although I'm sure I could find a lot on itch.io. Um, but yeah. Um, Nothing too exciting happening to me. Is the music playing? Or is it just... Oh, have I just been talking in silence? I have just been talking in silence. Okay, I'm so sorry. My bad. Sally, I had to be at classes. I fucking hate school. I feel you, but I hope your classes at least went well. It just turned off. Oh. Like 30 seconds ago. Oh. I looked over and I didn't see like the audio track, so I'm like, what happened to it? I forgot I have to have it visible, like, as a source for both, like, the starting soon and the intermission. Yo, I got, like, chameleon eyes. I don't know. Thank you for checking it, Josh! I was about to be, like, offended, like, why would you throw something? And then I saw it was like, oh. Thank you for checking it, Swag! Hello, hello, how are you two doing? Do I have anything else to say? I don't think so. I just jump right into it. Oh, why? Why would you do this to me? Class are going terribly, but also not bad. It's the mental self-obstacles that make me think I'm never gonna catch up. I feel that. I absolutely feel that. But I'm getting there surprisingly. Hell yeah! I believe in you, Max. You can do it. And I am gonna go here. Zoom in the bottom corner. Oh, I did not test the audio for this. Be like that. I think that's fine. Okay, what happened to the opening shift? Is there even an opening shift game? I don't think I have all the Chilla's Art games. Do I have it? Oh, I guess that would have been the convenience store, probably. Keep it up, Max. We're all cheering you on. Hell yeah! Once I actually learn how to work on Unity, I can finally make that promised Kit Kat game Panday de Bebe style. Oh my fucking god. Dude, I remember, back when I was working on, like, my VRoid before I got into, like, Live 2D, I, like, very briefly had to learn a bit of Unity so I could, like, tweak my model and stuff like that. And that shit was, like, magic. I don't know how the fuck people work with shit like that. That and, like, Blender? Oh my god. Doing good. Got obsessed with Genshin's. Oh yeah, I think I heard about that. Made some new friends things. Hell yeah! Glad to hear. So the closing shift is not responding. I'll give it a second. But yeah. Fuck, I need to remember how to be entertaining. Oh no! I'll be late for work! I should be on my car right now. Okay, what is this? Sensitivity? Oh my god. Is there... mouse Siri, stop! Mouse sensitivity, let's put that at... What was it at? Okay, that's much better. Tab was inventory. I didn't see what anything else was. Okay. Oh, wait. Do I need my car keys? Your clips fell. Oh my god. Thank you. Where are they? Where are they? Here? No. Where are my clips? Where are my clips? Hello? Am I crazy? Is it this? It is. Okay. What? Why does it always do this? Okay. Up. Wait, what's that? Eh? What? No, I just want the clips. I don't want to move the everything else. Huh? Am I tripping? What's happening? What? Huh? Sorry, I know you can't see any of this. Can I just... What? Am I crazy? Hold on. You to be my guinea pig for a second. It's not even on the screen! Where'd they go? What is happening? What happened? Huh? They're just gone. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna delete. Delete that. Browser source. Oops. Can I? Okay, don't ignore that. Okay. Okay. Hello? Am I crazy? Huh? Dude, I don't know what's happening. What if I do... Okay, if I do this... And then... who's someone else I can shout out? Who's in chat? There. What is happening? Oh, why is it so big? Okay, okay, no, I didn't mean to put I didn't mean to put you on blast like that, my bad. Let's do no, let's do that maybe? Okay. Let's try that again. Oh, wait. Oh, my keyboard's fucked up, sorry if you hear it. Okay. 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 I'm gonna leave it like that. I won't touch it. His ears were even wider. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Anyways. Can I go up here? No, okay. Aw. Oh, my grippers are out. I guess leave the apartment. Finally scuff over. My bad. I did not know. I was just gonna like, oh, I'll put back the or I'll like replicate the browser source, and then I fucked everything up. Not the way. Can I turn this VHS effect off? Can. Okay. There we go. Okay, I guess it can go that way. What? Oh. That's the stairs. Ooh? Someone's phone. Can I do something with it? Hello? Dude, I can't see anything. Is there anyone around here I can, like, give this to? I need to go through here. Hello? Oh. How's the audio, by the way? Can you hear it? Oh? I don't see anyone. Right? Yeah, that's where I came from. Oh, just take like a shortcut here. Nice. I hear the steppies? Okay, cool. Okay, well. Maybe I can find someone to give this to. I'm assuming. Hello? Wait, what are the controls? Okay. Is this not my car? Or is it? Am I crazy? Oh, wait. There's a person here? Okay, hold. There's a person here? I need to bump up the brightness after this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh. Hey, are you looking for something? I found this. Give me it. I did not. Audio is good? Thank you. Dude, I need to crank this shit up. There we go. Much better. Okay. None if it was a video game. Can't see shit. Alright. This is my car. Work. My car. Okay. I'm excited. I haven't played this one yet. Can I go through here? Man. Can I, like, lock it? No, okay. Hello? Okay, I guess I don't go that way. What are these? Okay. Huh? Wait, what's happening? Hold on. Is that how I, like... Wait, put away my stuff and talk to Where did you... Am I blind? Was this person here? Was this person here when I came in? I did not fucking see this person. Also, who is Senpai? Can I replay that? I guess not. Okay. Oh. Wait, what is this? Food tutorial. Tape. Hot drink tutorial. Cold drink tutorial. Okay. Are you Senpai? Sorry I'm late. Okay. Be careful. Next time I'm gonna tell the manager. I'm very sorry. I'll be careful. Being careful is not enough. Tell me you won't be late. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I will not be late again. Damn. Just like a coffee shop. You also mess up some orders, don't you? If you have any trouble with the order, there's some tutorial videos for you, so go look through it. Okay, I'll take a look. Oh, and one more thing. Make sure to leave your phone in the locker. You better not be texting anyone during work. Yes, sir. I don't know. I kind of don't want to. Where's the locker? Oh. Here? Okay. Put away my stuff. I should lock it. Funahashi Senpai. What is that purple creature on it? I'm not fucking crazy! Where did he go? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Hold on. Okay, so that was the snack or food or whatever? Okay, let's take the object. Oh, I'm guessing. Okay, you put it on the wrapper and then you give it to the person. Okay. Hot drink. Where did he go? Did he just disappear? Drink. Milk. This is so complicated. But yo, ass, he's the Batman of Japan variant. God damn it. Okay. You know, I'll figure it out on the job. Oh. Oh, okay, perfect. Sorry. Okay, go. Hello. Did you say Chilla's Coffee? I've never been to one of these fancy places before. I'm feeling easy. There's something strange about this place. My daughter seems to be a fan of this place, and now I'm here. However, I'll leave my drinks to you. Oh, and I like to get 2 of them. Would you want a latte and a coffee? Oh, that'll be just fine. It's really uncomfortable here. Damn, okay. However, how can you charge such a price for something like this? Damn, I'm sorry. I ain't in charge of that. Order sticker. Okay. What did he say? He wanted a coffee and a latte? Drip coffee. Coffee. Okay. Coffee dispenser. Okay, let me look at this again. Okay. Check the order in your inventory. Can I? Wait. Can I? Okay. The order ticket? Wait, how? It says coffee at the bottom. Wait. Where? Am I blind? Oh! Sorry, my phone for my face tracking is like directly covering it. Thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna move my phone so I'm gonna look a little weird for a second. Okay. Oh, now I can't see chat! Okay, maybe right there? I need to get like a mount or something. I mean, I have a mount, but I need like I need something. I need Jesus. Okay. Okay, yeah, you know what, that's fine. Everything is okay. Or maybe not. Wait. Okay, I think I'm good. Sorry. Okay. Hot cups. I guess just coffee. Lid? I'm gonna say it's just... Yeah. Where are the lids? The lid. Oh! Hot cup lids. Okay. Wait. How do I... Wait. Why are the first... Wait. Oh, wait. Why are the first 6 items Carla? Don't judge me, okay? You wouldn't understand. How do I combine? Can I combine them? Wait. Wait, did I fuck up? I think I fucked up. Okay, hold on. Wait. Did you get your coffee? And then you wanted... Dude, I'm the worst employee. Latte. Okay, that's... Coffee and steamed milk. Okay. I got this. Coffee. I don't know what this is. Milk. Oh, I didn't add a lid. Sorry. That might be helpful. Okay, I think... I'm guessing both of these, like, trays work. Okay. I understand now. Let's say anything you have Vaporeon plush? There! Oh no. Did I just wait? Oh, hello, dude. What's up? Did you hear the news? I hear stalker cases are on the rise. It's scary. A woman like me, you see, I have to be careful. Excuse me. All the guys are always staring at me, so you be careful too. At least I'm getting use out of that. I'm not gonna comment on that. Well, you don't have to worry as much as I do. But you should watch out either way. Dark mocha chip, chilla piscino? I don't know if I pronounced that right. Wait, what was it? Chocolate okay. So it's cold. Blended ice? And I want a cold cup. Wait, I didn't look at the tutorial for cold drinks. Wait. Okay, you get the cold cup. Put it there. That's the ice? Okay. Okay. I understand that. So it's... Okay, yeah. Let's get the... ice. Blender. Coffee. Have... yeah, okay. Coffee. Ice. Ice. Oh, wait. Ice. What was it? Milk? Oh, yeah. Milk. Chocolate sauce? Okay. Oh, wait, I need the cup. Chocolate. That work? Coffee, blended ice, milk, chocolate sauce. Okay. And cocoa powder. Okay, there we go. Okay. And then I need a lid. I hope it is to your liking. That sounds good. Do you add a quote? I need Jesus. What is happening? That's supposed to be happening, the light? I don't think it's supposed to be happening. Wait. Is there like a shaking car back? What is happening? Can I can't leave! Is my game glitched? What is that? Wait, am I tripping? I don't think it's supposed to be happening. The game's always a bit weird on the lighting set of stuff, true. But like, you see the car like jamming out back there, right? Like, am I crazy? You should have had a customer by now. Did I somehow break the game? Just started! I just finally got the hang of things! Okay, I'm gonna... Shh. Shh. You don't see this, chat. You don't see what's happening right now, chat. This is what I see at work. Where do you work? You work in like another dimension or some shit? Okay. Can I just continue? Maybe I don't have to lose my progress. I need a scuff counter. That's really funny. Oh, I'm back here? Ugh, okay. Oh, did my sensitivity reset? Oh, everything reset. Okay. Oh wait, I want to take off the VHS filter. Okay. Hi, senpai. Sorry I'm late. Blah, blah, blah. I won't be late again. Yes, here. Okay. And then... Oh, he does walk away! Okay, I just didn't see it. Wait, what? You went, like, diagonal for a second. Alright. Wait. Close the door. Jesus. Okay, I've already seen what to do. Hello. Okay. Latte and a coffee. Okay. Let's do this again, now that I know what I am doing. Wait. Okay. And this is the coffee. And then we'll get your latte. That's just milk? Yeah, okay. Get your coffee. And get your milk. Did I grab the right... Oh, I grabbed the soy milk. Oops. Okay. Oh. Okay. And there you go. I hope you enjoy, sir. Okay. I'm assuming the orders are the same, so I'm just gonna get the other one ready. Oh my god, fuck off. Sorry. Now I need the ice. Blend it. Okay. Got the ice. The milk. Chocolate sauce. Cocoa powder. Is that it? Yeah, okay. Oh. Hello. Okay, she's talking about the stalker cases. I think she said it was the same. Did I grab a hot lid cup? God damn it. Oh. Okay. Okay. There we go. I see the issue. We got a whole group. Okay. Hello. How can I help you? Matcha cake, please. Stop pushing me. Salted caramel mocha. I'll have a... Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. I'll have a matcha chia pusino. I still don't know how to pronounce that. Wait, cappuccino. So chiachino? Okay, that's probably how I pronounce it. You guys can't finish your drink, so let's share, man. Sure, let's do that. One pumpkin cake. I think I'll have something to eat too. You can order first. Hot cocoa. Hot cocoa? Are you serious? There's nothing wrong with hot chocolate. I don't have any money right now. You should have said that first. Come on, I'll buy you one. What do you want to drink? Yes, but... Just say it. He's got money. No, it's not like that, but really, anything's fine. Really, I want a white mocha. Okay, any food? No, just the drink. Oh, come on. Let's order some food. But, okay. American waffles. Waffles! Thanks. Both of you. Hey, where are you looking at? Did you hear that noise? Noise? What noise? I didn't hear it either. It's probably nothing. Must be your imagination. It happens from time to time. Sis, I've made up my mind. An apple pie. Will that be all? Yes, that's all. Ellipses. Oh my god. So, I think it's... Because they ordered food as well. So, that one? Wow! Can't believe you remembered all that. I definitely remembered all that. We'll be waiting. Let me check the bag. Pretty sure that's this Chilla's art branding and not an actual- Yeah, I know, I didn't know how to pronounce it. Okay, first order. Matcha Chiachino. I guess that's how you say it. Matcha. Okay. Some coffee. We get 2 orders going at the same time. That'd be efficient. Oh, that's the cake. Okay. Where are they? Okay. So I'll get that for you. I think that's the right one. Blended ice. Milk. Milk. Get the milk for you. Milk. Blended ice. Dude, I'm like so gamer focusing right now. Oh wait, there's no coffee. Oh, I fucked up. There's no coffee in that. So it's literally just... Oopsie. Glad I caught that. Okay. Milk. Blended ice. Matcha powder and whipped cream. Oh. Matcha powder. Where's the whipped cream? Here? Ah, whipped cream. Okay. Alright. Can you imagine having to do this on the on a timer? Dude, I would cry. Okay. Here is that. White mocha. That's coffee, right? White mocha. Yeah. Coffee. Steamed milk, right? Yeah, steamed milk. I like that we just used the entire carton for 1 drink. And white chocolate sauce. Okay, that's easy. White chocolate sauce. Steamed milk. Lid. Bring that to you. Pumpkin cake. Pumpkin cake. American waffle. Huh? Where's the pumpkin cake? Wait, is that it? No. American apple pie. Pumpkin cake! There it is. Okay. Dude, this is giving you mad respect for fucking, like, baristas. Not that I didn't have respect for them, but salted caramel mocha. Okay. Where'd the music go? What happened? Coffee, steamed milk. Fucking baristas. Damn! What was it? Salted. Yeah, salted. Caramel syrup, hazelnut syrup. No salt? Or is that the hazelnut? Okay. That. I already forgot. Caramel, hazelnut, and chocolate sauce. Okay. So everything. Caramel. Wait, which one's hazelnut? Wait. Wait, I did caramel sauce. Oh, I fucked- No! I fucked up! I didn't realize. Oops. Okay. Okay. Wait. Syrup? Dude, I'm sorry. I do not have a good memory. Caramel syrup, hazelnut syrup, and chocolate sauce. Okay. Caramel syrup, hazelnut syrup, and chocolate sauce. Okay. And then... Okay. I think I fucked up an order. Thinking about it now, I didn't realize there's a difference. American waffle? I saw that. Somewhere. American waffle. Okay. Gotta do it step by step, so be it. Someday, I will get better at this, I promise. Oh, I didn't grab another order. American apple pie. Okay. Was that it? Oh, I guess that was it. Okay. Why do they walk like that? Like in a perfect single file line. I respect- That dude just phased through the door! Did you see that? These dudes are built different. Oh, I blinked and the fucking car was gone. What happened, me and my bros? Can I, like, look at my phone? No, I can't. Make sure everything in the back is fine. Oh, those are my footsteps. Okay. Oh, hello! Sorry. Here's my order! Latte. Okay. Do I make a latte again? Just coffee and steamed milk. Okay. That I can do. Okay. Okay. There you go. Have a nice day, sir. Oh? Hey. I'm a private investigator. You spot anything suspicious around the area? There have been numerous reports of people getting harassed. I was wondering if you've seen anything in the store. No. Call me if something ever happens. Try closing the store early if you don't want to get in trouble. Huh? Okay. Sweep the floor. Okay. That's the case, then. Can I... I can't switch it? Okay. Close early in general. That sucks. Why is this door open? I don't like that. Where's the broom? Oh, here we go. Do I just, like, put this down? Or... Okay, I just hold it. Can I, like, switch this to closed, or... I guess not. Maybe I should look around first. Sure no one's, like, hiding somewhere. I, like, grab my phone? I don't like that there's no music. No, I can't grab it. Okay. Okay, well, I'll just keep going, I guess. In a sex bathroom. Hell yeah. I like being able to sweep the floor by just staring at it. Sorry, I'm, like, paranoid. I miss the music! Oh, fuck no. Let me close. Let me close. Damn it. I saw something back here. Yeah. I don't like that. Can I close? No. Spilt milk. I can't trash it. Huh? What? What's happening? Dude, I hate this. Let me close! I just have to find all the milk? Pretty music box plays. Is there more milk that I missed? I just leave. This is not a good idea. What do I do with this milk? Do I still need these? I don't know what's happening. Happy Humble Burger Farm, but with lighting bugs. Did I? What do I do? Hello? Something's supposed to happen? Put the milk in the bin by the counter? Like this one? No, it's not letting me. Put it, like, away? Oh! There we go. Okay. What is that? Oh, is it like... Oh, it's a different day? Okay. Why is it so ominous? Huh? What? It's a steamer? Oh! Wait, I can't do anything. Oh? Okay. Anyways. I guess I'm going back. Leave the apartment. Oh my god. I always feel ominous when I wake up another day. Same. Okay, let's go to work. I'll take the shortcut. I'll say something creepy. Okay. Let's go to work. Throw away my stuff and talk to Senpai. Where's Senpai? Senpai? Oh. Hey, seriously? You're late again? You see that man just zoom up? Bro, sprinting! He wants his coffee bad. Yeah, you're late again. Did you oversleep? I'm so sorry. No, not I'm so sorry. I want you to not be late. This is the second time. I'm sorry. A little more enthusiasm would help, don't you think? Why don't you ask your mama to wake you up? Damn! Senpai's an asshole. Hello. Here's my order. Thanks. Coffee. Okay. Oh, he wanted more? Okay. American scone caramel toffee. Okay. Oh my god. Sorry, being harassed. Yeah. Okay. Here you go. There's more? Okay. American apple pie. Okay. More? Fuck off. Is it American waffle? Okay. Yeah. That's a tiny ass waffle. That's not what I meant. Oh! I didn't mean to crouch, I'm sorry. Ah! Hey girl! Thank you very much. Hmm? You look impressed. No need to Nihongo Jozu me? I don't know what that means. I've been living here for more than 15 years. Hey girl, something's not right about this place. I didn't think that because I'm not around town. Something about the store. Maybe because of that guy over there. Eh? Huh? I guess it's just my imagination. No, it wasn't! No, it wasn't! Are you haunted by any chance? Maybe I am. Either way, I'm running late, so I'm gonna have to go. So long! Alright. I'm just looking around for weird shit. You know, No! Let me go! Let me close! Oh my god. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. He walked through the door and then opened it. How can I help you? Nothing, just an order? Okay, vanilla cappuccino. Or chillachino, excuse me. Melted ice. Ice. I'm assuming you're gonna want milk. Wait, vanilla? Yeah. Milk, vanilla syrup, and vanilla powder. Okay. Okay. Vanilla syrup. And vanilla powder. Okay. For gaming. There. I grabbed the wrong fucking lid. God damn it. Okay. There's that for you. Plus milk? Oh. Wait. You just want milk? Okay. Okay. A bit of a strange order, but I'm sure there's been stranger. There you go. Alright. Have fun, my guy. Anyways. Just looking around. Yeah, I don't fucking trust this place. Hello. You're cute. Can I have your number? You can fuck off. Would you like to order anything? Your heart. Dude, I'm gonna get fired. I think I'll go with your recommendation. What's your name? Tell me your name. Recommendation would be the limited time only double chocolate chiacchino. I see it. What's your phone number? I'm not good looking, aren't I? I lose words myself. I'm quite popular around here. Now's your chance. Just contact me, okay? Is that? What's the attitude? You'll regret this. I'm going home. Okay. Go! Girl really wants to wear coffee. Alright, fuck off. Go home. Why did he just stare? He was like... Oh. He was like casing the place. What the heck? Okay. Let me clean up. I really wish I could just, like, clean things with my mind like this. Alright. Look around. I don't like that. Let me close! Okay. Okay. Dog. Why? Can I fucking help you? Dude. Save it for evidence, I guess. Can I pick up all these? I can! No. God damn it.
There is no such thing as a coincidence. The fact that you're watching this video means you are energetically aligned with me and this message.
Thank you. Blows up dust with a mind. What is this sound? Are we eeping in again? Oh, it's like a TV. Okay. Incoming ad break, bro. I love you too, Jeremy.
I ain't gonna never stop loving you, bitch.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. Ow! I'll drink, thank you. I go get another Red Bull drink after this? Or, like, during the ad break. I will stop streaming, thank you. Okay. I hear myself scream. Watch where you're going. Jesus, young ones these days. Can I help you? Oh. Hi, little baby. Hi. You are not dressed for this weather. Alright. So glad I was here for that Asian mother jump scare. God damn it. I am going to work. Oh? Is that? No, it's just like a texture. No. Crap, anything sussy. This is my car. That scared the fuck out of me. Oh? Oh, I don't like that. Is he hiding, like, in the trash can? Or is he, like, next to it? Bruh. Okay, anyways. Close the door. Okay. I don't know if Senpai's here. What? Eh? I just going for it? Put away my stuff and talk to Spell. I guess the game doesn't expect me to come in through the back. So that's probably why it's glitching out. Hey, Senpai. Today's your first closing shift. I have a question. Do you have strange customers around at night? Well, sometimes we do. Just brush it off if they come. Focus on your work. There's plenty to do. Actually, I'm afraid I might be being stalked. You want me to believe someone is interested in the likes of you? Damn! This dude's an asshole! I also come flying to help if anything ever happens. Haha. Dude, I do not like this dude. He does not deserve to be Why are they standing like that? Hello. Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. Can you order a macchiato for me? Okay. I'll have a cinnamon roll, churros, and a cup of coffee, and add whipped cream to it. You're gonna eat that much? No wonder you got so fat. Jesus! Huh? Paying separately? Together is fine, and I'll have a matcha chia puccino? Am I pronouncing that right? What? A chia puccino? You can't be serious. You know how cold it is right now? I'll be fine. Oh, and what did Mari want again? Did you say she wanted a macchiato? Yeah, chia puccino. She's in macchiato, right? She wouldn't. You know, I would be fine, but Mari won't be. You didn't hear what I said earlier, right? Hear what? Caramel macchiato. Hot, please. Hot caramel macchiato. Got it. What? Okay. Most friendly interactions between Japanese besties. Next to wait, next to another park car. Oh, okay, thank you. Chia like a chinchilla. Yeah, I keep pronouncing it weird. I still have the photo. Okay. What do you want? Matcha, chilla puccino. Why is that so hard to pronounce? Okay. Get that blended ice going. Get you some milk. He needs some milk. What was it? Matcha, matcha powder and whipped cream. Okay, yeah. Okay. Matcha powder. Whipped cream. Okay. That. Oh. Wait. There we go. Strawberry and cream roll. I think that's this one, right? Yeah. Okay. There's that. You're so lucky for having such a gentle and nice brother. Because you're weird? Can I get a ban for Aaron Wolf? Strawberry churro. Strawberry churro. There we go. Okay. Like, chilla puccino? I mean, I know how to pronounce it. It's just actually saying it is hard for some reason. Coffee and whipped cream. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, okay. Okay. Caramel macchiato. What's that? Coffee. Okay. Coffee. Steamed milk. Caramel syrup and caramel sauce. Okay. Okay. Caramel sauce and caramel syrup. Yeah. So peaceful. I'm gonna put emphasis on the LA part. So, chilla puccino. Okay. Is that it? Okay. The way they drive in this game is so funny. Thanks, I'll pay you back now. Okay, thanks. Oh, shit, the ad break. I forgot about that. Okay, while the ad break is playing, I'm gonna go get myself another drink. A non-alcoholic drink. So will be right back. It is cake. I mean, I do have a fat ass, or I shouldn't have said that. Hold shit, gamers! Hold shit! Your mic was good. Oh. Yes, we're doing the mortuary ass today. I was gonna play Itch.io games, but I really wanted to play this game again.
Bang.
What's that noise behind me? Fucking slip! Did you see him slip for a second?
Card number.
Yonda be committing murder. Prop. Uh-oh. I don't know if I was supposed to do that.
What did you do? Hey.
Real quick, I haven't started the timer, by the way. I'm still prepping. Alright. Ara ara! Yeehara! Oh my god. Is that what you wanted? Yeehara hara! Can I just leave? What? Wait, oh, should I kill it? I probably have to kill it, I'm assuming.
No!
Oh. You know, I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. Oops. Can I add that a quote? Yeah, quote, it's exclamation mark quote space add space and then Jesus fucking Christ. Where the fuck is the plant? Maybe outside, I guess? Oh my god!
I'm scared
What's that?
of.
Oh. Hello! While I was getting my drink, fucking my brother comes in and is like lecturing me on how to say chillappuccino. I wish I had my mic on. Welcome back, thank you. I'm gonna. Oh, actually, I'm gonna turn off my noise suppression. Oh, that's not. Gonna give you guys some AS. Nope, that's not it either. Scolded loser, shut up. All right. Gonna get some ASMR. Let me make sure you can hear this. Okay. It's like we're playing the game in real life, except it's not coffee, it's Red Bull. Okay. Enough of that. Oh, can I close this? Thank you. Okay, let me get my having the Last Supper.
Coca-Cola. Watashi no uki ni.
Just itadakimasu. Thank you. Hello, KitCatSwag. Can I have a KitCapu chillachino with a bit of melted cheese? Like, do you want the melted cheese in the drink or like as a side? Sorry, I'm mixing my drink right now. Today's drink, well, the drink that I've been having for like weeks. We got some Red Bull, some OJ. That's what I had to get up to go get. Some blue curacao, a very generous amount, and then a bit of grenadine syrup. Yes, inside, you got it. You know the drink I'm making before I stir it with the orange juice? It kind of does look like melted cheese. Let me put my pop holder back on. Okay, let's go back to work. Hey! Wasn't the guy in the bus with us today creepy looking? Hello. Good thing we got off at a different place. Latte, please. A latte that'll be 370 yen. How much is that? That's like... I don't know the conversion rate. I need to move my mic and my drink. Some people have melted cheese in their sweet drinks for some reason. Is that like actually, or are you trolling? 370 yen. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 100 yen. 1, 2... Huh? 2 100 yens for 270 yen. I can't afford it. Oh well. I guess better luck next time. I'll pay for the rest. I would have paid for it. Oh!
13 years.
13 years! I don't know if my mic picked that up. Thank you for the 13 years, Reese. Has Twitch even been a thing for 13 years? They're saying something in the background. Technically, he didn't do anything. Besides, I don't want to get involved in anything creepy. You're right. But hi, Kaido! Hello, hello, thank you for the sub. How are you doing today, Kaido? I don't know why I said your name like that. How you doing today, Kaido? 170 yen is approximately 243. Damn, that's like cheap, I feel like. Because, like, I don't know when this takes place, but I feel like a latte here would be like at least $5. Did I do something wrong? Oh, did you? Maybe I just sensed that you did something wrong before any of us actually know. But, be a good Samaritan. That's what my father always told me. This guy might be the stalker. It's cold today, so drink something warm, yeah? For some reason, like me. Don't mention it. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank the Lord. Wait, did I sleep wrong? Is that it? Maybe. This takes place in ancient Greece? Oh, I see. Seriously, I'm doing great. I just woke up. Nice. Good morning. Or whatever time it is. By the way, have you seen any ghosts lately? No? I see. You'll be fine then. Okay. Why am I still staring at him? What was that about? I don't know. Must be the stress of poverty. Oh, if there's like a poverty situation, then that explains. Poor guy. Get it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have a vanilla latte. Okay. Latte. That's just coffee and milk, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Actually, what did the other guy want? Latte. How do I switch? Oh, okay. Vanilla latte. Okay, so I'm... Oh! Okay. Almost broke the game on accident. Okay. Need another milk. Okay. That's just the latte. Okay. This is the latte. I'm assuming a vanilla latte is just the latte with vanilla syrup? Yeah, okay. Okay. Vanilla syrup. There's... That's not. Okay. There you go. You have a good day, you two. Katie, are they mannequins? They do kind of look like that. The, like, low poly count. You see him, like, tweaking back there? Did you see how he fucking sped off? God damn! Bro's got places to be. Bus tables, okay. Make sure my stuff's still in here. Make sure... Why is this open? Why is Senpai just leaving the doors open? Dude, Senpai is, like... He fucking yells at me for being late. Bro is so incompetent. Can't even remember to close a door. Why is Katie... Wait, first thing that came to mind when I come to stream. Why is Katie serving mannequins? That's good practice! That's my vlog. When KitCatSwag arrives to the party... Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Or is that like a neutral thing? Not have my back turned. Wait, Why is it so loud? Did you spell it wrong? I don't even notice. 111 typos? Goddamn. Around, weird. Alright, I have the closing shift tonight. So am I staying a little longer, or... Do I need to, like... Wait, that's not coming from the ice, is it? Is that coming from behind? What is that coming from? The microwave? Is that coming from outside? forgot to make Jesus come.
Come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come.
I
I
have.
have.
Come.
Wait, what's over there? Thank you, Kaido. I need Jesus. Wait. Oh, I did not notice his TV. He was not out there! I literally went out there. He was not out there. Hello? You can just come inside. My guy? What? The day we first met, yes, at Chilla's, she smiled at me like a flower. Just thinking about her makes my heart pound. I've never felt this way before. I wonder if she's putting a smile on everyone's face, like she does mine. Y'all. The guy could just— What?! Katie? What? I don't remember what I said, I'm gonna be honest. Oh? Oh, this is like the dude's point of view, so he really likes milk, I'm guessing? Is it the milk guy? Because I could totally see that fucking, I don't like that. Can I get my Glock out? Hello? I know her best. Maybe after your mother and father, I'll really be #1 in time. She talked to me. She picked up my phone and went out of her way to give it to me. No, it is that weird dude! Okay. I knew she felt the same way I did. We are in love. Today's our anniversary. Can I call the police? Nope. I guess we're leaving. I'm the milkman and my milk is delicious. Jesus. Okay. Dude, I hate this. Jump scare? No? Okay. Been too long. I forgot how cursed stream is. It has been. I need to get back to streaming. I'm feeling a lot better though. I think it's just the winter months. Did I hear something? I need to like look around. Dude, I hate this. I should have never given him that fucking phone. I should have kept it. I just want to be a good Samaritan. Katie send snow? What snow? I don't got fucking snow here. The car won't start. I have to take the bus. Bruh. That's not good. No, he's gonna be there. Oh, he's gonna fucking be there, chat. Wait, is that the bus stop? No, it's... Okay. Hey, it's a very tight road for a bus stop. Chat. Chat. Oh, he's gonna show up, and it's gonna be creepy. He did this on purpose. Lala, aka at Lemony Unicorn, aka best fan for 1 month. Oh yeah, I forgot I had that. I did that. Keeping us all apart. No! Is that... Okay, I think that's just a man. Oh! What was that? Why did he walk like that? He good? No. No. Just pretend it's not happening, chat. Just pretend it's not happening. Can I help you? He thinks we're her chat? What does that mean? Oh, this is my stop? Okay. Eh? Can I help you, my guy? Is that the game or is that my tinnitus? Okay, I think that's the game. Dude, I hate this. Hate this. I hate this. Senpai! Where you at? Senpai! Did he already fucking leave? There's no way. Hello? Senpai? Where are you? Katie, what's up? We'll grab some breakfast. We'll be right back. I'll see you in a bit. I hope you have good breakfast. Where is Senpai? Am I crazy? Senpai? Oh. Am I blind? Did you sub to yourself? Oh! Sorry, I was setting up something else and I had to test it. And then I just never took it off. Look at the literal Kaido. Where is Senpai? Dude, am I blind? The one time I don't come from the back. Hello? Is he in his car? I'm physically inside the car. Okay. Where the fuck is he outside? Hello? Senpai? In the toilet? Oh yeah! Forgot there's a toilet. Oh, why are you just standing there? God! You scared the shit out of me. Leave me alone when I'm in the restroom. I needed to do this. God damn it. Get to work. Bro's fucking skedaddled. Bro got traumatized. My bad. I'm sorry. I just needed to progress. Oh, hello. What's up? Wait, how do I... Oh. Alright. See you in a bit. Caramel macchiato. Which one's the macchiato? Coffee, soup milk. Caramel macchiato. 2 caramel macchiatos. Okay, that's easy. Oh! Oh! I fucked up again. Let's get the steamed milk going. That's not. Okay, guess I'll grab both while I'm here. Caramel macchiato. Okay. Oh, I can only have one at a time? Okay. Oh, no! I did double coffee! Shit! Okay. Hold on. Milk. Okay. What was it? The double caramel? Yeah, the double caramel. Caramel sauce. Caramel syrup. There you go. Okay. The double caramel. Put the lid. There you go. You have a nice day, sir. Oh, you wanted more. My bad. American scone. And then 2 American scone caramel coffees. Okay, I keep fucking up. Sorry. Where were they? Yeah. Okay. Easy. Oh, that's easy. Oh, I fucked up again. That's the most shady thing I've ever heard. Welcome back, Kaido. Yeah, you just do it, bro. I fucking traumatized. Wait! That dude fucking sped up. Oh. Just ignore it. Do you want something, sir? You wanna order something? No, I hate this. Hello, ma'am. Can I help you? I'd like a green tea latte and one of those waffles too. Okay. 1 green tea latte and a waffle. Yes, the green tea latte and waffle here are delicious. I always go for 2. Glad you like them. No, thank you for serving them. My son likes them too. Are you alone? I'll give you this if you like. This rosary bracelet is said to ward off evil. You should keep it. I bought it from an infomercial on TV. They said some amazing things about it. Can you believe it? For only 9,900 yen. What, that's what, like, $90? Jesus. Oh, it's fine. I own a lot of them anyways. In this day and age, it's so convenient to buy things through the cell phone. They're only a few presses of buttons away. Alright. Thank you. Appreciate that. Alright. Green tea, latte, and Americano. Green tea. Okay. That's easy. Milk going. And what was that? American waffle. Let's get that. Yeah. Yeah. That, and then just the matcha powder. Okay. Here you go, ma'am. What? Did I forget something? What did she want? Green tea latte? What did I give her? Matcha? Dude, I'm tweaking out. Wait. Green tea? Green tea latte. Oh, there it is. Oh, no coffee. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, what was that? Vanilla syrup, steamed milk, matcha powder. Okay. My bad. G. I already forgot. My hand's falling asleep. Vanilla syrup. Okay. Matcha powders. Milk. Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that, man. I even the light on. It's getting dark in here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Spin around. What? He was there, and then he wasn't! Dude, I'm tripping out, my guy. Hello. How can I help you, ma'am? Sister, aren't you a cute one? Are you by any chance a model or something? No, nothing in particular. What a waste. I'm sorry, but you should definitely make use of the style you got. I mean, do you want me to introduce you to my office? Give me your number. I'm sorry, I'm not sure about that kind of thing. I see. I don't care if you regret it. I'll have a salted caramel mocha, please. You got it. That's a coffee, right? Coffee, steeped milk. Okay. What was it? Yeah. Maple syrup, hazelnut syrup, chocolate sauce. Okay. Caramel, hazelnut, chocolate sauce, and then the steamed milk. Get you your lid. Here you go, ma'am. Have a nice day. Why? 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 Why is my tracking dead? What happened? I literally didn't do anything. Somehow everyone is whiter than you? Somehow. God damn it. Okay, there we go. I switched that away. God damn it.
There is no such thing as a coincidence. The fact that you're watching this video means you are energetically aligned with me and this message.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just fuck around and find out. Hello. Why did he, like, do that? Hello, ma'am. Or man. How can I help? Oh. Alright. Oh. His pants are, like, not working. This guy's, like, sexy vegan, if anyone knows who that is. Hey, hey! It's so hot today. Can I have a caramel, chilla? Excuse me, sir, can you please put on some clothes and not make a scene? Come on, I won't be here for long. Not so legally, let's edit. Wait. No, not so legally. That's out of the Wouldn't be a disaster if a customer catches a cold. Eh. What? What? Are you worried about me? Thanks, but it's hot today. What? It's in a single digit? I see. I didn't realize how different people's senses are. I might just go home. Okay. Anyways. The fuck is going on? I love his energy. Hell yeah. I didn't want to excuse that. I don't want to shoot that man out. I go into my lurkiest time to do the storyboard. Won't take too long. Kind of keep an eye on him, beasts. Take care, Max. Good luck. We just what? Okay, this is too much to process. What do you mean? Clean toilet and take out trash. You got it. There better not be any weird men. How do I clean the toilet? Do I need that? Wait, where's the toilet paper? Huh? Oh, maybe there's something in the back. No? Huh? Thank you for checking in, Kaido! Oh, maybe I needed the cleaning product. I'm just wiping the fucking toilet with a dry rag. How do I clean the toilet? Oh! I need the bucket, I guess. I don't know what to do with all this catnip. Fucking use it, bro. I don't know. How do I... Where's the extra toilet paper? Somewhere in the back, I'm guessing? Why can't I put the broom back? Hello? How do I change the toilet paper? Am I crazy? How do I... Excuse me. Okay, let me just get the trash out of the way first. Oh, maybe that'll help me. Dude, why is it so... Oh, I guess because it's snowy, but it's so fucking bright out. Where... Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. Oh! Why? Uh-oh. What the fuck? No. No. There's demons?! What? Latte. Sure! Was there fucking foreshadowing with the timer? Here you go, sir. Another latte? Okay. What the fuck is happening? Another latte? Okay. I guess we're just having a shit ton of lattes, huh? What is happening? Okay. Dude, I'm like speedrunning this shit. No more? What do you want? Latte? Why does everyone want a latte? The fucking demons love lattes. Okay. What is happening? Latte. God, I'm not gonna be able to make this order. Just stare at you. What is happening? What? What is happening? What? Wait, where am I? What? Wait. Oh, I'm like trapped in here. Uh-oh. Is that supposed to happen? What was that sound? Why am I frozen again? They transport you somewhere? I don't know what happened. Popular among the demon realm? Ah, I see. Why? Phone? Hello? What? Let me restart. My VTube Studio. Nope, that's Snapchat. No! I like that our ponytail is like half attached to our head, half attached to our body. Okay, there we go. Do I need to recalibrate? I should be fine. Actually, I probably should. I don't like this chat. Leave the apartment, I guess. Huh. That was an experience. I don't like that there's snow building up here. Can I please call that fucking detective? Or some shit? Is that me? I'm scared. That's not me. That's something else. Is my car working again? Yo, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Why? Why am I frozen? What happened? Oh, wait, is my mouth, like, kind of moving? What is happening to my model? Hello? Hold on. What happened? Where's my car? Dude, I am tripping out right now. I gotta... Huh? Hey. So my suspicions were true. I'm glad you contacted- Oh! I was just talking about that! I wish clean apartments like that existed here. First thing you smell when you go out is just smoke, if not piss, or well, piss-infused smoke. No! I ate it. I was hungry. My car? Jesus! Calling the police won't help. All they'll do is brush things off to lessen their workload. Which is why you have people like me. I'll take a look around and see if I can find anything. Okay. Oh, the two identical cars. I think I can eat a plane. I can. What do you mean, that one guy? You can't just say that with no context. What do you mean that one guy can eat a plane? What are you talking about? Can I help you, ma'am? Salted caramel mocha here is so delicious. I think I'll love it, senpai. Okay, I guess I'll try that then. One salted caramel mocha. I think this is the wrong place to be optimistic. You've never heard- No! What do you mean? I'll have a dark mocha, chilla pacino. See me, you're not getting a salted caramel mocha? Yeah, I want to try something different today. I already had one today. I see, but a chilla pacino, on a day like this, you're so young. This is delicious. How'd you like to pay your bill? Is today the day of the photo shoot or something? Is the store going to be featured in a newspaper? No, I don't think so. Why? What? But I saw someone outside taking pictures. Huh? Was he taking pictures of the store? Yeah, the store, and you, most likely. Damn it, someone should have done my makeup. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, we'll pay together. The drinks are on me. What? Are you sure? Thank you so much, senpai. I'm in a good mood today. My son used to be a shut-in and is in a better mood now that he's going to school. His name is Mikel Lotito? I'm gonna have to Google that shit. What are you talking about? Your son's in middle school, right? Yeah, I just hope he wasn't bullied at school. I didn't have any good memory when I was his age. Dude, I hate this. Salted caramel mocha and chocolate chip chillappuccino. Okay. Let's do the salted caramel mocha. Salted caramel mocha. Okay. Caramel syrup, hazelnut syrup, chocolate sauce. Okay. Hazelnut, caramel, chocolate sauce. Okay. There is... No. There we go. And then the chocolate chip chiappuccino. That's a cold drink, right? Yeah, okay. Cold drink. Blended ice. Right. Wait. Chocolate chip chiappuccino. There's coffee in that. Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay. Okay. Milk, right? Milk, chocolate sauce, and cocoa powder. Okay, yeah. Chocolate sauce and cocoa powder. Okay. Put that down. There you go. I hope you two have a nice day. I certainly am. Aunt? I'm certainly not. Look around. Oh, that ladder being there. I might need that. I saw the vent was interactable in the bathroom. Why are you keeping the door open? You're gonna make this place fucking freezing. Oh, it's the woman with the baby! That fucking hella jump scared me. Oh, no baby? Hello. Where's your... Salted caramel mocha, okay. Who's crying? I don't know. Salted caramel mocha? Okay. So that's the hazelnut caramel. And... chocolate sauce. Okay. Who's crying? There you go. Is it you? Are you crying? I do not remember what I said. I'm sorry. I wish I could remember things that happened 5 seconds ago. Why am I frozen? What is happening? Hello? Hello? What is happening? Dude, I'm tripping right now. That'd be me. Save. What is... Let me restart VTube Studio, I guess. The app. Sorry, my model keeps freezing. I don't know what's happening. Okay, are we good? Hello? Let me calibrate again. Hello, ma'am. That's strange. Ma'am? Oh! I'm sorry. Give me the usual. Alright. Oh, Jesus. Okay, salted caramel mocha? Not going. Caramel macchiato. Is that also? Wait. Caramel mocha. Caramel macchiato. Okay, both of these have coffee. This will be the mocha. Salted caramel mocha. Salted caramel mocha, steamed milk. I got the steamed milk. Okay. Well, let me get the ice going. I think that was needed, right? I added the milk, I think. Did I add the milk? I don't know, I'll find out. Hazelnut, caramel, chocolate. Okay. Nope. Yeah. Okay. And then the caramel macchiato. And iced coffee, milk, and caramel syrup. Okay. Okay. What? Wait. Did I not? Did I? Okay. What? Is it not? Why is it not? Oh, it's a hot cup! God damn it. Not bad. Okay. It's milk. And then what else did it need? Caramel syrup. Yeah. I'll just do that. Caramel syrup, ice, milk. That's a hot cup lid. Okay. And then, oh! Did I use the wrong? Okay, hold on. Caramel macchiato. Did I fuck it up? Dude. Oh, I did the Chiappuccino, my bad. Caramel macchiato. Okay, that is a hot drink. Not bad. Caramel macchiato. Caramel macchiato. Caramel syrup. Okay. Okay. I'll get you your lid. Nope. 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 There we go. Then you want this. Okay. Sweet red beans and butter bread. There it is. Okay. And there you go. Oh. Despite the horror aspect of this, I really like the overall vibe of this game. Yeah, it's really chill. I'm enjoying it. Hey. Are you repairing the store's antenna at this hour? Antenna? No, man. Why? I saw someone on the roof. What? There shouldn't be anyone on the roof. Could be an investigator. Maybe I should check it out. Could have been my imagination. Anyway, the drink, please. I am not serving you. Wait. Yeah, I already gave it to you. Okay. I don't like that. What are you talking about? Someone on the roof. Let me go investigate! Oh, okay, now I can. Use the ladder and check the roof. Okay. Where do I take the ladder? What is this? I don't like this. Go down? What? Sure. Why would I ever do this? Oh, this is the room that's locked. I have to close the store fast. How do I... Yeah, unlock it. What is that? Let's... No, I have to. Okay. Wait, what am I... Okay, I'm fucking speedrunning this shit. Oh, I didn't even know there were sandwiches here. I don't like this. You have to close the store 16 times? Yep. food? Where do I put the food? Like in here? Do I just throw it away? No. Where do I put the food? I'm gonna die because I don't know what to do. Oh, I just have to throw it all away. Okay. Kind of a waste, but... Oh, Jesus! I knew it was coming! It still scared me! You need to fuck off. You need to fuck off. I need to get to my car. Oh! Fuck! I knew he was gonna kill me. Damn it! Oh my god. What is happening? Okay, we gotta retry. I have an idea. Oh, my settings got reset. Okay. Oh. Now we can continue the suspense. Nope. Nope, fuck off! Fuck off! I gotta know what to do. I like... Wait, I can't? Damn, I thought I could go through that way. Can I... leave this way? Oh! Screwdriver! Wait a minute. Can I, like... Okay, I'm getting that screwdriver ready. Look on your own? Thank you. Why'd you unscrew that? Oh, wait! Screwdriver! No. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't think about this. Aw, oh, hell no, dude. Scream the vent with your hands? Oh my god. My model's frozen! No, you can't see my reactions! Oh my god, let me restart. Dude, I am shitting my- You can't see it, but You can't see it, but I'm shitting myself right now. Physically. Literally. Her key. What the fuck? Oh no! The investigator! You need to go. You need to go. Drive off! If he's in the back, I'm actually gonna... We good? Why is my model frozen again? Wait, what happened? Oh, please don't be in the backseat. He's gonna be in the backseat, isn't he? Fuck, man! I'm sorry you can't see my fucking reaction. Let me restart VTube Studio. Hold on. I'm gonna disappear for a second. Damn it. Okay, maybe we can just take the bus? I don't know. Not gonna lie, this freeze frame is basically your PNG era all over again, but with your new chibi. True. Okay, hello? Am I working? Why am I What is happening? Oh. Hello? What is happening? I genuinely do not know what's happening. Is it connected? Oh, oh, now it's working. Okay. I see. Oh, let me calibrate. Come on. Oh. Okay. I have an idea. Oh, it reset my settings again. God damn it. Oops. Okay, turn that off. I wish I wouldn't do that. Ad break incoming? I'm actually gonna shit my pants. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. Yep. Okay. Remember when I was, driving around nighttime and I was passing through a cemetery and my... scared the fuck out of me. Passing through a cemetery on a motorcycle and I was just scared to look at my side mirror or look back, so I just screamed and sped through the entire thing. Jesus. What, do you think a fucking, like, ghost was gonna be, like, tailgating? Why am I frozen again? Dude, I'm actually going to physically shit my pants, and you are all gonna hear it. I'm actually so upset. Okay. Can I just go to the bus? I should take the car. He's in there! What do you mean? Aw. Are these like the supporter items? Oh, that's so cute. Wait. Aw. I didn't notice these before. That's so cute. Sorry. Okay. My family history of seeing things. I don't want to risk it. Okay, that's fair. Hey, I saw- wait! How am I holding the screwdriver? What? I'm holding the screwdriver! Can I open the trunk? I know he's in there. I'm missing something. What am I missing? No. Are these photographs of me? Hold screwdriver with mind. With your mouth, obviously. Oh, that makes sense. What? Wait, why is my mouth, like, to the right of my body? Oh? Rick. What can I do with a brick? Beat him? You don't judge people's looks? What do you mean? And you just look like this? True. I always get lost here. What do I do? Do I just have the brick on me and then... He's in the car! What can I do with the brick? He's a tough puppy character? Okay, maybe if I have the brick. Or maybe when he's, like, charging at me, maybe if I have, like, the brick. Yeah, I think we're gonna die here. Oh well. Yep, he's gonna be back there. Yep. Just get it over with, please. Yep. You see your fucking transparent head? Or maybe it's a shadow. What do I do with the brick? Oh, every time it resets my settings. Okay. Maybe if I just go out there with the screwdriver. I just fucking stab him or some shit. I don't know, dude. Hitbull hours. Phases through chair. Oh, can I like sneak up on him? Oh. This is some Looney Tunes shit. No, break, wait. Fuck, dude. Fuck, I'm sorry, chat. Fuck. I killed a man. As I picked up the brick, that man looked right at me. If I didn't drop it, I thought he would somehow get inside and kill me. That man looked terrifying. I don't even know him. Why did he... I had no choice. I didn't mean to kill him. I was scared. I ran to the police. I told the police everything that happened. And the police took me back to the scene, and that man was no longer there. There was no one there. The police took me back home and told me to leave the rest to us, and went back to investigate the scene. It's all over. I'm tired after all that happened. I want to rest peacefully at home. Damn, chat. Just confessed to murder? I mean, he was, like, attacking us! He had a tire iron or whatever. Oh? What kind of ring shit? He was alive, wasn't he? Cable's acting weird again. I should call the owner. Where's my phone? What the? Why do we look like that? This is another bad name? Dude. What more could I have done? Is there anything I can grab? Guess not. What did that man do to you? I don't know! Dude, I'm gonna get murdered. He's still gonna be alive. He's gonna lure me with the fucking phone. And I'm gonna get killed. I go, like, around it. My car's not here. I'm so fucking dead, dude. Still have the screwdriver. Hello? Do I just go back? Okay. I don't remember what floor we lived on. This one? I also don't remember. This one? No, he's gonna be in the house! He's gonna be in the house, chat! Damn it! Welcome back from the ads, chat. Sorry about that. Man! That wasn't the true ending, was it? Is there a good ending I can get? Man. I'm pissed. There's no achievements. I think that's just the ending, chat. I don't think there's like a good ending. Is there? Does anyone know? I have to ask why is everything so glossy? How do I clean everything just like that? I don't know. They fucking... Wherever they live, they take cleaning seriously. Maybe this is like post-pandemic. Give me a sec? Alright. I need to like go pee, low-key. Excuse me. So I'm actually gonna do that real quick. I wanted to do it during the ad break, but... Oh god, I'm so burpy, I'm sorry. Okay. Where's the volume? There it is. I will be right back. Love you, Mom! Okay. So I might be able to actually do that. The heck is that on your ears? Oh, the Dino Nuggies? Someone wanted me to put Dino Nuggies, specifically something long on my ears, and we decided Dino Nuggies were the only thing I had. Okay. But yeah, you guys made it through the okay. So I gotta dodge him. I almost fucking fucked that up. I'm gonna need chainsaw. No, I'm fucking-
He's pulling his cock out!
Oh my god! Okay, let me try and do like a metal voice. Because the world is full of horrible people. I can't. No, I can't. If I could learn how to do like, or maybe like a scream voice. Okay, back. Yeah. Well, I guess it's alright then. I need to learn how to do like one of like those like screamo growls. That was so metal. Thank you. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. No! No! I see his arm.
Card number.
Yonda be committing murder. Uh-oh. I don't know if I was supposed to do that.
What did you do? Hey.
Where the fuck is the plant? Maybe outside, I guess? Oh my god! Ah! You turb. You turd. That doesn't even sound like Hank Hill. And then we have the yeehaw. You turb. See, that's much easier. You're dirt. That just sounds like an old man. I hope that was I hope that was satisfactory. Oh my god, I made it like that. Over there. Keep you busy. Oh, okay.
Bang.
Dude, that clip is so fucking funny.
There.
Hi everyone! That's just the ending? No! There's no good ending? Bruh. I'm pissed. Well that was the closing shift. That was actually really fun. I like playing that. I say we play something else. Let me see what else we got. I have quite a few, chilla games. Let's see. What's the newest one? Do I have it? There's 2 more that I don't have. I'll have to get that sometime. Do I have the most sort by release date? I have night security. Yeah, I don't have the kidnap or the more recent one. Should we do night security? I have the ones we haven't played. I have the caregiver, the ghost train, Hanako. I know some of these are like older and like play different though. I don't think I finished Inunaki Tunnel. I think I got frustrated. I think I got an ending. I got oops. Missing children, night delivery. What? Oh! Wait, why? Where am I?
The best tuber is KitKat.
I did not realize I was not on the screen. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mom, for the 27 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love you, Mom. So we got night security. The radio station. I pull up a poll. You bullied the streamer off the stream. What the heck? Let me set up a poll. I'm not sure which one we should do next. New poll. Okay, so we got trying to find the ones that are similar. And I don't have enough for all of them, but I'll just put some. Let's do like a 2, 3? We'll do a 2-minute poll. Okay. Oh, did I end it? No, I didn't. Okay, I ended it. Okay. I don't know what to play. I have so many. I'm not sure what to do. Bit of chat. Wow! What the fuck? Fuck, I have to be entertaining for 2 minutes. Fuck, I was gonna say something before stream, and I do not remember what it was. I was upset about something. What was I upset about? Did I complain? I might have complained to someone in DMs. Who did I complain to? Oh, I know what I was complaining about. Yes, please vote in the poll. I swear, if you somehow tie it, I'm actually gonna, like, shit myself. So I've been getting back into skincare. I have, like, a regular routine now. And, I ran out of one thing that I got as, like, a free trial from a Curology. And I wanted to just buy it. But, like, you literally can't, like, they're, like, special formula. Who the fuck is tying the pole? How do you even do that? What the fuck? How the hell did any of you do that? Are there really fucking 5 people that just silently decided to fucking, like, tie the pole? Are you fucking kidding me? I fucking hate you, chat. Anyways, as I was saying, like, I can't just buy the one thing that I need. I need to subscribe for 2 months, which doubles the price of an already expensive item. Oh! Okay, I mean, we still tied it, but we, it's at 2 options. Okay, this makes it easier. You left a multi-vote on? Is that a thing? I swear I know what I'm doing. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip a coin. Coin, flip. Heads is gonna be night security. Tails is gonna be radio station. Okay, so I'm gonna flip it. I'm too lazy to put on screen. Tails. Okay, we're gonna play the radio station. Okay. What the fuck is a multi-vote? Wait, so allow additional votes? I thought that's just, like, you can add on to, like, the number of votes for the option you pick. Does that mean that you can vote for, like, multiple things? I did not know that. It's so over chat. What are you talking about? What did I say we were playing? The radio station. Let me change the, wait, let me boot it up, and then I'll change the category. The radio station. What? Which help portal? What are you talking about? No. Done. Okay. Back to the gameplay. Oh, let me fucking scoop myself back on down. Okay. Game capture. The radio station. I almost said the radio star. Oh, what is happening to my model? Oh my god, you know... What? There's no way. There's no fucking way that my computer can't handle streaming this fucking game and having my model out. What is happening? As many times for any choice. I did not fucking know that. Oh! Okay. I'm gonna start the game so I can get to the fucking... Oh, now it's fine. Now it's fine. Okay. I might have to lower my fucking graphics. I spent $2,000 on a new computer that I built myself with my brother and my mom. Masaki died. One day I found that message right after I woke up in the morning. Can't be. No way. But I just met him the other day. The man who was happily talking that his radio job was getting on track died? I couldn't believe it. After hosting the radio, as always, he was found dead at the radio station. The cause of his death is not clear. Not clear? What does that mean? The police have given up on the investigation. Early on, classifying the case as suicide. Suicide? That's bullshit! That day, something must have happened on the show. I decided to find out what happened to my brother by myself. Oh. Change the settings again. Okay. I think it's fine. I think it's just the title screen that was like, fuck you. I'm fucking bumping that brightness up. No VHS filter, please. Oh, Jesus. The fucking difference. Okay. Okay, maybe I won't have it up that high. Let's just do 0. I think that's fair. Jesus. Okay. Letter from the radio station owner. The key to the radio station in the mountains is in the mailbox at home. You may take it if you need it. Okay. Is this the key? Car key. Okay, so I need mailbox. Oh. Oops. Okay. Alright. Oh, I can't see shit. Okay. Wait, how do I leave? Where are the stairs? Dude, am I fucking blind? Yeah. God damn it. Is there anything spooky back here? I don't think so. Eh. Mailbox? Back at home. I'm guessing they mean, like, maybe their childhood home? Get on car. Not inside, just on it. Alright, that's a translation error. Probably. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Don't tell me I just started! Thank you. I just started and I already fucking got my car stuck. I'm actually gonna fucking cry. Oh, Jesus. Oh god, what are these controls? I turned. Look at this. Look at how sharp I turn. Jesus. Oh. Uh-oh. 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 This is fine. Everything is fine. I know what I'm doing, chat. Is it? This is the station. Enter. I don't have a key. Why is our car just in the road?
Hamburger
Sandwich, diet, Coca-Cola.
私のお気に
Oh?
入り。じゃあ、いただきます。
Itadakimasu. Thank you, Kaido. Hello, Kaido. Can I get a drink? I need the station's key. Okay, so I do need to go get the mailbox. Okay, so maybe I'll leave. Yeah. Alright, food. Nice. What are you eating? Oh, why are we going backwards? Oh, I just realized we're in Japan. I should be driving on this side. Silly American brain. Oh. What kind of house placement is— wait, hold on. What kind of house placement is this? Right up against the fucking guardrail? That seems like a hazard. Oh. Jesus. I back up so fucking violently. Can I not go this way? Is this— okay, I'm guessing it's— oh, I have a GPS. Wait, I need to go this way. Oh, okay, I guess I drive on the fucking stuff. Okay. Cookies and some pancakes. I haven't had pancakes in fucking years. Maybe not years. I just don't remember the last time I had them. Oh, I'm quite wrong. But can I like make a U-turn somewhere? Perfect. Glad we have a car that fucking speed turns. Okay. Ryan Gosling. Katie, Ryan Gosling driver, literally me. Hell yeah. Damn, this is cool. There's like a whole ass map when you drive around it. It's cool. Yeah, it should be here. Or maybe with that latest. This is the owner's house. Okay. Be bad driver confirmed. What do you mean? I don't know what you could possibly be talking about. Okay, I need to find the mailbox. Ah, here it is. Thank you. Saving. Ooh. Are there any other goodies? No, I don't think so. My hand is
You're ugly,
asleep.
you're disgusting,
Oh!
give me $200.
Inhales your mail.
What does that mean? Thank you with the biddies. Can I go in? No, I don't think so. Alright. Well, fuck off. Yeah. Okay. We need some, like, radio stuff. What's a good song? Wait. What's a good song to play on the radio? What do people listen to when they... when, listen to on the radio. Chat. Chat, help! Heals your car engine? Thank you, Kaido. Chat. Music chat. What kind of music? I have like my, all the things she said. Actually, you know what? I like the poppy version better, but I'm gonna blast this shit. Oh, that's so loud. Alright. It's so quiet on my end. Oh, maybe it's because my headphones are quiet. All the things you said! It's so loud. It's so fuck. Hell yeah. Oh, fuck. Alright, Chad, this feels like a true road trip. Maybe lock the door and turn the lights down low. Oh, fuck. I swear I can drive. I cannot hear the music, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think you guys can either. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Okay, don't mind me that I'm just backing up, it's fine. Oh, there we go. This is not enough! This is not enough! Oh, fuck. What? You say it's the- Huh? What? Dude, I cannot get up this fucking thing. Hell yeah, chat! This is what I call a road trip! Well, oh, fuck. This is exactly what it's like to drive with me. What? Speeding down the highway. This is not a highway. Gotta fly away. It's in the rain. Jesus. Drift, Katie, drift, huh? What? Oh, fuck. How is our car not fucking destroyed? She said, this is not enough! This is not enough! Okay, we're stepping out of the car now. Alright. Anyways, why is my bottle frozen? I was fucking jamming out too hard. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna get the PNG, I guess. As long as the fucking game's still going. Oh, wait, let me... I did not realize... Wait. Oh, okay. It's might have passed if you're a lot of places with that loud music blasting. Hell yeah! What is this? Let me close this. Hello? Tape recorder. I don't got any tapes. Why is there a... I'm so stupid. I was like, why is there a drive-thru at the radio station? God damn it. What is that? Vending machine ticket. Oh, wait, is there something else? No? Okay. Ladder. What happened? Hello? Do I just have to talk?
He's pulling his cock out!
I'll do this while I talk. It's the same thing, right? Dude, what is happening? Let me try restarting my app. Hello? Did you break? I don't know! Settings.
Come. I mean,
Why did you disconnect?
I knew you would come, but You've come.
Connecting.
I
What
have.
do you mean couldn't connect? There we go. Come, thank you. See here. Can I open any of these? That's someone behind you? Shut up. Shut up! That's the... This is such a, like, strange room. It's just this little, like, cubby and then, like, one small fridge. So... I'm guessing I do something with the vending machine ticket. Oh, I can't see shit. Why? What is the point? Okay. Oh? Oh, I thought I was just gonna play spooky music. It's
Hi.
so
鬼川正樹です。
this thing.
こ
Oh,
のコーナー
okay.
では僕、正樹がリスナーさんから送
I don't
られ
think
て
he's
きた
just saying
ホラ
okay.
ーな話を読んでいきます。という
So
こ
let's
と
start
で
reading.
早速読んでいきたいと思います。
Okay.
ラ
It's
ジ
a
オ
letter
ネー
from
ム
Toko.
トウコさんからの手紙です。これは
My classmate has a
霊
sixth
感のある
sense, and this is a story about her when she was in
同級生の
elementary
時のお
school.
話です。そ
She
の
was
子
born
は
with her
生まれ
power.
つき霊感がありました。保育園
When
の
she was a
頃はは
preschooler,
っき
it
り
wasn't
見え
too
るわけではな
extreme.
く、なんとなくもやのようなものが見えたり、一定の
She
場所
couldn't
が
see a
ひんやり
ghost
と
clearly,
感じ
but
た
she
りす
saw
る程
foggy
度だ
figures
った
and
よう
also
です
felt
が、
certain places
小
were
学
cooler
生にな
than
ってから
others.
は
But
は
when
っ
she
き
became an
り
elementary
見
school
える
student,
よう
she
にな
started
ったそう
seeing
で
them
す。
more clearly.
い
It
つ
all
も
started
同
when
じ
she
場所
found
に
out that no
男
one
の
else could
人
see the
が
man,
ただ立
the
っている
man,
なと思っていたら、他の人に
who
は
was
見え
always
ていない
standing
こ
at
と
the
を
same
知った
spot.
ことが
Huge
始まりだそうで
man.
す。そ
She
こから見
says
え
she
ると
began
い
to
う
feel
恐
the
ろしさ
horror
を
of being
感じる
able
よ
to
うに
see
なって
since
いた
then.
と言います。
Oh.
女の
A
人
couple was
が
having tea
彼
at a
氏と
cafe,
カ
but
フ
the
ェでお
boyfriend
茶
had
を
no
している
leg.
なと思ったら、彼氏の方の足がなかったり、可愛い
That
女の
pretty
子
girl
が
was playing in
公
the
園で
park,
遊ん
but
で
she
いる
was
なと思ったら
transparent.
透けていたりと、幸いにも
Fortunately,
そ
she
の
couldn't
子
hear
は
them.
声が聞こえることはなかったこともあってか、実害がな
And
かった
maybe
の
because of
で
that,
気
they
に
didn't
しない
cause
よう
any
にする
actual
よう
harm
に
to
なり
her,
まし
so
た。
she became less conscious of
小
them.
学5
I
年
think it was
生く
when
らい
she
にな
was
っ
in
た
her
時で
fifth
しょうか。
grade
一人の
when
幽
one
霊が
ghost started
自
following
分の
her.
後をついてく
Ooh.
るようになったのは、いつも何
It
かを言っ
seemed
てい
that
る
the
ようで
ghost
す
was
が、
always saying
何を
something,
言っ
but
てい
she
る
couldn't
のかわから
understand
ないの
what
で、
it was
うっ
saying,
と
which
うし
annoyed
いと思
her.
っていたそうです。そ
One
んな
day,
時、
an
一つ
incident
の事件が
happened.
起こりました。その日
She was
は
playing
友
with her
達と
friends
遊ん
that
でい
day, and it
て、
got dark
知ら
without
な
her
いうちに
realizing
暗く
it.
なってしまっていて、
So
急
she
い
was
で一
hurrying
人
her
で
way
帰って
back
いたそう
home,
です。
alone.
薄
Because it
暗
was
いから
dim,
か、
even a little
少
noise
しの
scared
物音
her.
でも反応してしまい、怖くなってしまっていました。
And that's when she
そ
was
んな時、
spoken.
こんばん
Good
は
evening.
Bang.
と声をかけられたそうです。振り返ると
He
中
turned
年
back
の
and
おじ
saw
さ
a
ん
middle-aged man.
一人、
Are you alone?
家
I
まで
could
送っ
give
て
you
あ
a
げよう
ride
か。
home.
そう話すおじさん
She
に
was scared by the man,
恐
so she
怖を覚
declined
え
the
断
offer
っ
and
て
tried
去
to
ろうと
walk
すると、
away.
腕をつかまれ、送ってあげ
But
る
the
と言
man
ってるじゃ
grabbed
な
her
い
by the
か。
arm and said, I'm
と
telling you, I will give you
恐
a
怖のあま
ride.
り声も出ず固ま
I
ってい
need
る
to
と、
calibrate my
急
camera.
におじさんが悲鳴を上げて逃げていった
She
そう
was
で
so
す。
scared that she couldn't even speak.
お
Oh,
じさ
sorry.
んが見てい
She
た
looked in
方
the
を見
direction
る
he was
と、
looking at,
そ
and there
こ
was
には
the
いつもの
unusual
幽霊が。
ghost.
幽霊は
Was
そ
the
の子
ghost
を
watching over
見
the
守って
child?
くれていたのでしょうか。
1 out of 7. My brother's voice? So there's 6 more of these tapes. Wait, was the demonic voice your brother? I have to find them all. Got it. Oh. Okay. 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 Look here. Is that like blood? Yucky. I'm guessing they're like all around. Okay, we got the vending machine ticket. Let's use that. Can I? Is this not? Okay. Maybe there's another vending machine I can use. Let's look at the map. Yeah. Oh, don't mind me that I'm just slowly backing up. Oh, I see. I see it on the map. Okay. Oh, wait. I gotta continue. Think she said? Oh, shit. All the thing. Oh, fuck. All the things she said. All the things she said. You love me. With me. What do you see? Why? What the heck? Have I heard the radio station? Feeling very familiar. I don't know. Maybe someone played it. But hi, Teen! Hello, hello, how are you? Welcome, join us on our road trip. All the things she said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. Oh, I'm sorry. So your driving isn't any better in game. Shut up. This is not enough. This is not enough. I mean, like, we're getting to our destinations and we haven't died, so I would say that's a bonus. I don't know. That's just me. I don't know what song's playing next. Okay, well, it doesn't matter because we're here. What? Oh, fuck! I love this song! Okay. That's another song we gotta blast on our next, road trip. Ooh. A UV? Ooh. Spicy. How do I know what vending machine? Oh. Oh? Oh, we're gonna need a code. Okay. What vending machine will take our thing? Oh? Can I use the food ticket? Yeah, fuck it. Sure. We got some food. Can I eat it? Ooh. Oh, can I use the... You never look up, do you? Oh! Thank you! Thanks, phone. Nice. Yeah, let's leave. I thought I was just gonna throw wood. Okay, wait, we gotta turn our music back on. There's another- wait. We gotta get our road trip music. Alright. Hell yeah! Alright. So, I guess we'll go back. Actually, let's go to the other place first. Let's go! Spring break! One day, when I came home at lunchtime, I heard a funny noise. Went out to the backyard to find out if it was one of those rowdy boys. Stood there was my neighbor called Peter in a flux capacitor. He told me he built a time machine like what in a film I seen. Okay, we're stepping up. This one's sitting together. There's this sheet. Shut up. Oh, I can just go in here. Okay. Oh! Ooh. Oh! Oh, it's like one of these mazes. Okay. Hello? Oh, I can't go in here. Okay. Good to know. I'll just come back, I guess. Let me look around. I don't see anything. Guessing maybe I need a key for that room or something. Okay. Who's that? Chat? Who's that?
Come.
Forgot this is
I
a
mean,
horror game.
I knew you would come, but
You've come. I have.
come.
Oh, tried to warn you? I mean, is there anyone? No, our map is taking up the whole ass other sea. Alright. Said I've been to the year 3000. Not much has changed, but they lived underwater. Jam out, chat! And your great-great-great-granddaughter is doing fine. Pretty fine. I guess maybe a house? Me to the future, and the flux thing, and I saw everything. Boy bands, and another one, and another one, and another. Have a good Laurel Kaido! totally naked. It's when we're running a time machine, like what in the film I've seen. Yeah, something came back. See you, Kaido! Into the year 3000. Not much has changed, but they lived underwater. And your great-great-great-granddaughter is pretty fine. Pretty fine. I took a trip to the year 3000. Okay, we're back. Radio turned off. Okay. Now we got some new technology. And a tape. God. What was that? Why? That's not nice. Masaki's horror story. Thanks for joining us again. Like, she's doing fine. She's pretty fine. That's what they're saying. I'm listening to not the original, but the. Sorry, I need to shut up. The last story was good, so I'm looking forward to this one as well. I think this was when my cousin was a junior high school student. My cousin was very depressed when her family got sick. My cousin still says that was the lowest of her life. Her family got sick, but she couldn't do anything, making her frustrated, anxious, and emotionally unstable. She became unable to attend school. She didn't feel like doing anything. And spent her days just looking at the sky and sighing. However, she had one hope. It was her best friend. She had a friend. She'd hit it off with elementary school, and they were very close. Her friend was worried about my cousin, so she came to her house every day. And she listened to her and empathized with her irritation and anxiety. The friend also talked about fun things at school and made my cousin laugh, casting light on her dark days. She even stayed over at her house sometimes. Aww. One day, my cousin was looking forward to her best friend coming. She casually looked at the clock and realized it had passed 30 minutes from her friend's usual arrival time. Maybe her club is prolonged, or perhaps she's too busy to come today. Cousin kept telling herself that. The tick-tock sound from the clock became louder and louder. She thought she heard the ambulance siren in the distance. Then, a phone call came in. Her friend had a car accident. Oh, oops. Her best friend was forever gone. She blamed herself and thought there was no point in living anymore. Aww. She decided to commit suicide. When my cousin was about to throw herself off the bridge, she heard a voice calling her. Still, she tried to jump off, but it called again. Not only that, but a girl's face appeared in front of her this time. Aww. It was the face of her best friend. She was so surprised and overwhelmed. She broke down and cried. She stopped suicide. It was just that one time, and after that, she couldn't see her or hear her friend. Still, her friend has been and always will be special. Aww, that's so sad. Shit, I don't know what to do now. Oh, Jesus! Why? Why would you do this? That's just a lighting thing. I should start looking up. Maybe that thing was right. Never look up, do you? That's kind of funny. Hey. Let's see, I got food and a UV light. Go back to the van. I could go back to the apartment. Let's turn around. So violent art. Everybody bought our 7th album and mad out so get. Oh my, right. I keep getting the Jonas Brother lyrics and then the original lyrics mixed up. 7th album. Told me he built a time machine like one in a film I've seen. He said I've been to the year 3000. Not much has changed, but they lived underwater. And your great, great, great granddaughter. Knock it up. Pretty fun. Hello? Said I've been to the. Okay, I guess I can't get back up. Much has changed, but they lived underwater. And your great, great, great granddaughter. Where's that edge? Oh my god! That I've been to the year 3000. Not much has changed, but they lived underwater. And your great, great, great granddaughter is doing. Yep, she's pretty fine. They said I've been to the year 3000. Not much has changed, but they lived underwater. And your great, great, great granddaughter is pretty fine. Hell yeah. Oh! Is that the band of this, like, shitty people? Oh well, it's fine. I just have, like, the autoplay going. I don't know where to go. The house, maybe? You know you drive me crazy. Rhythm in my hand. Standing around. Let's see what's going. I don't know. There was a controversy with this band, right? I do not remember. You cry alone and then he swears he loves you. Do you feel like a man when you push her around? Do you feel better now? She falls to the ground. Well, I'll tell you, my friend, when it's a trash here. Sure. Alright, on my radio. You good? Oh. Sweet, thanks. No. Look around first. Oh, padlock. Okay. Oh, it's just like water. Could not tell what that was. Okay. Wait. Something there. Oh! I can open this. Rats seem hungry! I have food for you. An achievement! Eat one food. Wait. I ate the food? I thought I gave them the food. There's a hole. I can't reach. That might be a key to that one room that we found with the UV. Can I, like, I can't crawl through it, can I? What did it close on me? Damn, alright, so I have to find something to reach into that. Okay. Let's get the radio back on. Don't mind that I'm slowly going downhill. Bubble down. She has found. Oh, shit. Water makes a ripple effect. This will bear consequence. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. In time. Some more color left. After that, when it comes to stuff, I gotta finish tonight, Max. I believe in you! And I hope your dinner goes well. I need to turn around. Do you feel like a man when you push her around? Do you feel better now as she falls to the ground? Well, I'll tell you, my friend, got spaghetti, hell yeah. As your lies crumble down, a new life she has found. Oh, shit. The dirt she. Hi, Chilla! Can I get a shout out for Chilla Cat? Oh, fuck. I don't know. Finally, join us on our road trip. Face down in the dirt. She said, this doesn't hurt. She said, oh, fuck. She will tell you that she has had enough. Yippee, hello. Road trip, hell yeah. How are you, Chuya? I hope you're doing well. Do you feel... oh, shit. Is there anything here? No. Well, I'll tell you, my friend, one day this world's going to end as your lies crumble. Oh, shit. A new life she has found. Can I go here? No. Okay. The jams are immaculate right now. Hell yeah. Falls to the ground. Well, I'll tell you, my friend, I would fear for my life if I was in a road trip with Katie's. What do you mean? I'm not even driving that bad. Face down in the dirt. Where's the house? Can I not go back? I guess not. I finally had enough. Alright. I'm not even driving that bad. This is a road. You know what? I like this song. Okay. I don't know where I'm going. Keep my hands to myself. Something, 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 something. I'm driving that bad. It's almost hit a building. What do you mean? Don't mind the fact that I literally crashed into the guardrail as I'm reading that. What do you mean? I don't know what. I'm not even driving that. She can't fall off a cliff just because there's an invisible wall. What? Just for kicks now. Okay. More radio. Maybe one of the tapes has like a code I can put in, so maybe I should just go back to the radio station now that I think about it. Okay. Yeah, everything's fine. Why is my model frozen? Oh my god, you know, it's fine. I'm not connected. I don't know what it is. Oh, shit. Oh, everything's fine. Okay. Why am I frozen? Freeze if you're alive! No, you can't do this to me! Okay, Jans will have to wait. Hold up. What do I do? I just have a sensor. Oh, I didn't mean to make myself bigger. Wait, oh, there we go. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Okay. Okay. Let's continue. I don't know the lyrics, I'm sorry. Oh my god, what's that? Wait, what happened? I was too busy jamming out. Let's see what happened, my bad. Oh! Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's someone behind me? Your mic peak left fixed to the thing? It's sensitive to frequencies. Maybe that's the key. Above sounded like he was screaming. Oopsie. Just my kicks. I didn't run over someone, did I? It's fine. Alright. Alright. That's gonna be the spooky story this time, chat. I'm hungry. Masaki's horror story! What happened to my voice there? Oh my god. We're back at it again. Welcome back, gamers, to another Masaki horror story.
手紙を読んでい
Be
き
sure to
ま
like,
しょう。
comment, and
ラ
subscribe
ジオ
if
ネ
you
ーム
want
ト
to see
ー
more
コさん。
from Toko. It's
ま
this
た
person
また
again.
この方ですね。まあ、こ
The
のト
stories
ーコ
that
さん
Toko
が
sends
送
us
っ
are
てくれる
heartwarming
話
ghost
は
stories.
幽霊のほんわか話なので、今回
So
も
I'm
楽
looking
しみです
forward to
ね。
it this time as well.
今回は
What kind
ど
of
ん
ghosts
な
will come
幽
out
霊
this
が
time?
出てきてくれるのでしょうか。
I think this
こ
was
れ
when
は
my friend was
友
a high
人
school
が
student.
高校生だった時の話だと言います。家族
My
が
friend's
病
family
院
was
に
hospitalized,
入
so
院
she
する
went
こ
to the
とになり、
hospital every day.
毎日病院にお見舞いに行っていたそうです。
The
その病院は
hospital was
総合
a
病院だったのも
polyclinic of
あり、
many doctors and nurses, and people were
大
always
き
going
く
in
て
and out
医
of it.
者
I had to
や
burp.
看護師の数も多く、いつも人が出入りしているような病院だったようです。ちょうどその時
Maybe
期
it was
は
the time of year
人
when
事の
staffs
時期
are
だったの
shuffled around.
か、見たことのある看護師を見なく
Break.
なったり、
Fuck you.
新しい看護
She
師を
felt there
よ
was
く
many
見るよう
changes
に
in
なったり
people.
と、
She stopped seeing familiar
人
nurses
の
and
入
saw
れ替
many
わり
new
が多
nurses.
かったように感じていたそうです。
As usual,
い
she
つ
went to
も
the
のよう
hospital
に
to
家
visit her
族
family,
の
and
お
she
見舞
passes
い
by
に
a new
病院
nurse
へ
in
行
the
った彼
corridor.
女は、今日もまた廊下で新し
How's
い
it
看護
already
師と
almost
すれ違い
7?
ます。
I feel like I just started
そ
streaming.
の看護師は、
Because the nurse
家
came from
族
the
がいる
direction
部
of
屋
the
の
room
方から来
where
た
her
ので、
family is,
何
she
気なく
casually
家
asked her
族に、
family, new nurse
ま
came again?
た新しい看護師入ったのと尋ねると、いや、
But her
知らな
family
いよ
replied, Who are you
と
talking
言われ
about?
ました。
Mm.
自分の勘違い
Was
だ
it
った
my
のだろうか。
misunderstanding?
前
Is she a
から
nurse
い
from
た看
before
護
or a
師なの
nurse from a
か、
different room?
違う部屋から来た看護師なのか、
Ooh.
記憶を
But I
たど
sure
り、
remember her
出て
coming
きた
out
部屋の
from
場
my
所を思い
family's
出して
room.
も、やはり家族の部屋のような気がするけど、
Many
そんな
questions
こ
came
と
to my
が
mind,
頭
but I
に
tried
よ
not
ぎ
to
りまし
think
た
about them
が、
anymore.
それ以上は考えないようにしていました。すると、
Then a middle-aged woman in the
隣の
next
ベッ
bed
ドの
spoke
中
to
年
them.
女性が声をかけてきました。
She
病院だ
said,
から
because it's
ね、
a hospital,
い
things
ろいろあ
happen.
るさ。
She
そう
smiled
言うと
and
少し
she
微笑
smiled a
み、
little and gave one
飴
candy
を
to
家
each
族と私に
each to my family and
一
me.
つず
Aw.
つくれたのを覚えています。
The lady
とても
was
にこやかで感じのいい
amiable
おば
and
さんでし
charming. I
た。
don't know what that word means.
数
When I
日
came to visit
後、
my family a few days later, I
庭に
stayed
来
too
ていた
long,
ら
and the
遅くなってし
visitation
まい、
time was left
面
short.
会時間もあと少しという時間になっていました。トイレに行き、
After I went to the
家
bathroom,
族
I
に
headed to my
声をか
family's
け
room
て
to
か
say
ら
goodbye
帰ろ
before
うと
returning
部屋へ
home.
向かっていた時です。
Then I
家
saw the
族
door
がいる部
open
屋の
of
ド
the
アが
room where
開
my
いたか
family
と思
was,
うと、
and the nurse I
こ
saw
の前見
before
た
came
看
out.
護師が出てきました。なぜか
For
とっ
some
さに
reason,
隠
I
れてし
quickly
ま
hid,
い、
and as I watched,
様
she
子を
came
見
out
て
with
い
the
ると、
lady in the bed next to her
一緒
family.
に出てきたのは家族の隣のベッドのおばさんでした。
Huh?
看護師
The
と
lady
手
was
をつな
walking
いで
hand
歩
in
いていき
hand
ま
with the
す。
nurse.
すぐに
I
家族
immediately
のいる
entered
部
the
屋に
room
入
where my
り、
family was and asked about the
隣
lady.
のおば
When
さ
my
んのこ
family
とを
told me
聞
that
く
the
と、
lady wandered out of the
一
room
人で
alone,
ふら
I
っと部屋
hurriedly
を出ていっ
chased
たと
them.
いうので、慌てて追いかけました。
Oh.
おばさん
I
と看
saw
護
the
師が見
lady
え、
and the
後ろ
nurse.
から
Ma'am,
おばさん、
ma'am.
お
I
ばさ
called from
ん
behind, but
と声をかけ
but
る
as
も
if
の
they
の、
didn't hear me, they didn't
聞こえてい
respond.
ないのか全く反応がありません。
Ooh.
看護師もも
Of
ちろ
course,
ん
the nurse
後
does
ろ
not
を振
look
り
back
返
at
る
me
こ
and
とはな
walks
く、
together.
二人で歩いていきます。エレベー
The
ター
two
の前
stopped
で
in front of the
二人が止
elevator,
まっ
so
た
I
の
ran
で
to
走っ
them.
て追いかけ、ちょうど
I
エ
finally
レベ
caught
ー
up
ターに乗
when
っ
they
た
got
と
in the
ころでやっ
elevator
と追い
and
つ
was
き、
able to grab
エ
the
レベー
lady's
ターの
arm in the
中で
elevator.
おばさんの腕を掴むことができました。おばさん
Ma'am,
大丈
are you
夫？
alright?
そう
When
言
I
う
said
と、
that, the nurse
看護
glared
師
at
はこ
me
ちらを
and
ぎろりと
disappeared.
睨み消えていきました。エレベーターに
It's just me
は
and the
何
lady
も
who
覚
doesn't
えてい
remember
ないおば
anything
さ
on
ん
the
と
elevator.
二人だけで乗っており、 B2
The
のボタンが
B2
押されて
button
いま
was
した。
pressed.
後から
As
知
I
ったの
learned
です
later,
が、
the second basement
地下
floor
2
was the
階は
morgue.
霊安室でした。あの看
Where
護
did the
師はお
nurse
ばさん
intend to
を
take the lady?
連れて行くつもりだったのでしょ
Oh, spooky! Alright, the ad break's gonna start in a minute. I don't want to start the story yet. So I'm just gonna wait for the ad break to start, and we're gonna hang out a little bit here. I hope chat is doing well tonight. I rotted in bed for like 2 hours, got up, and I don't remember remember what I did. Oh, I was trying to fucking, like, record a video, because I'm like, you know, I want to get into, like, recording videos and stuff like that. And fucking, I didn't script it, because I'm like, oh, I don't need to script it, and my recording was all over the place. I did not know what the fuck I was talking about. So I just, like, scrapped it. And I'm like, maybe I won't do that. Okay, it's 7. It's 7. I'm just gonna start the ad break now. Okay, I'll take a little AFK break while the ads roll, and I'll see you guys in a minute. you back. Let's see what the other has in store. Curtis? Ooh. It's not looking too good.
He can even defend himself.
He doesn't need to. Alright.
Did you even see that?
No.
You looked away right then.
I heard a noise, that's the only reason I know that it happened.
Oh god. What's that? Yeah, clip it.
Clip that! Literally. I wonder, wait. Lisa more like D's nuts. Oh, jeez!
Oh!
What? What
She
did I
did
miss?
not like that.
They never liked my D's nuts jokes.
More like pizza.
Can someone clip that? That's great. Okay. What the fuck is that? You? I have a very generous surprise for you. What's up, Lewis?
Yup. Turn, and pose.
I blame
Oh.
Schwag's promotion. Over half the sounds are broken and still so noisy. And
Yup.
yo, Lewis, thank you for the one biddy just for me. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I see you getting better.
Also, to the motherfucker. Hey! Hey! Fuck you! Fuck you, you cunt! I shouldn't say that. Fuck off, bitch. Hey! 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 Oh shit! What are you doing, Step Foxy? God damn it.
Damn, even for that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where the fuck? Okay. William!
Bittersweet, but fitting.
No! The gnome right after the, like, intense, like, or, like, literally. Like, fuck the mom. Not in that kind of way, but, like, fuck her. Cord was caught under my chair. Okay. I need to do some fucking, like, cord management. Hello, everyone! Welcome back from the ads. Let's get back to the gameplay. Let's get the story going. I'm probably gonna play this during the ad break, but I don't want to. I want chat to have the full experience. Haven't slept since yesterday. My brain was rotten between 11 AM and 4 PM. The food gave me energy. Gotta burn gear. That's how I've been today. I'm sorry, Max. I hope your day gets better. I hope you sleep. I will read horror letters as always. This is a letter from Toko.
トウコさんからの手紙です。
Toko the goat.
この方、
This
お
person
馴
has
染みに
become
なってき
familiar.
ましたね。今
What
回
kind
は
of
ど
story is
の
it
よう
this
な
time?
話なのでしょう。最近
The
知
story
り
of
合
a
っ
girl I
た
met recently at my
同
part-time
じ
job.
バイトのこの話。兄弟
Depressing
が
days
入
have
院
passed
し、
since her brother was
気持ちが下
hospitalized.
がっている日々。そ
The
の子
girl went to the
は
hospital every day for her
兄弟のた
brother
め
and
に
was
と
taking good care of him.
毎日病院に通い、一生懸命看病していた。
Sorry.
すいません。いつも
This
と
is
同
the
じ
same
人
person
で
as
す
usual, right?
よね。あ、
Ah.
あ
Yeah,
やっ
it's
ぱり
Choco.
ちゃんとトウコさんですね。あ、す
Excuse
いません
me.。
いつも
The
と
writing
書き
style
方
is
が違
different
う
from
ので
usual, so I
違う
thought it
か
was
な
another
と。
person.
あ、すいません。はい。
Let's get back to the
続け
story.
ますね。
When I went to the hospital, as
いつもの
usual,
よ
my
うに
brother's doctor.
病院へ行くと、兄弟の担当医が部屋の前に立っていた。別室に案内され、 医者の重々しい口が開いた。も
Excuse
う
me.
長くはない。もって1ヶ月程度だと。
T-O.
兄弟
Capital
の
letters are
病
used
室
in
に
weird
行く
places. Okay, this is a hint. This is a hint.
と、
I'll continue.
あ、すいません。
My brother's doctor
変な
is
と
standing
こ
in
ろ
the room.
が
He got me
カタ
into
カナ
another
にな
room.
ってい
After
て
some seance, the doctor.
続き
Wait,
ますね。
there's not much time left for him.
病
I went to my
室
brother's
に
room, and there he
行
was,
く
smiling as always. Why is it
と、
going so fast?
兄弟はいつものように笑っていた。それか
After
ら
that, I
は
tried to
時
go to the
間
hospital
が
as
あ
much
る
as
ときは
possible
少
when
し
I
でも
had
病院に
time.
行くようにした。そう
Like
する
so,
う
the
ち
month
に
had passed,
1
and it's
ヶ
been
月
3
が過
months
ぎ
since
去
I
り、
talked to the
医者
doctor.
に宣告されてから3ヶ月が経とうとしていた。その日
It
は
was a little colder
い
than
つもよ
usual
り
that
少
day.
し寒かった。
On the way to the
病院に向か
hospital,
う
a
途
little boy
中、
called me.
小さな男の子に声をかけられた。お
Mom?
母さんと。違
I'm
う
not your
よ。
mom.
そう
The
言う
boy
と
almost started
泣き
crying
そう
when I
になっ
said
たた
so,
め、
so I decided to look for the boy's
男の子
mother.
のお母さんを探すことにした。す
Soon
ぐ
we
にお
found his
母
mom,
さ
and
ん
I
が、
handed him over.
みつまた変
The
なと
mom's
ころ
boy
が
saw
カ
me
タ
as
カ
she
ナ
was
です
leaving
ね。
and said, "You look tired, are you okay?"
みが、
She
み
said,
が
"My
カ
house
タ
is
カ
right
ナ
around
で
the
した。
corner. Please come
す
and
いません。
rest." I didn't
続
realize.
け
Oh,
ます。
oh my God! What is
お母さ
happening?
んが
Boys
み
served me a cup of tea
男
and
の
a
子
slice
を
of cake.
渡した。去ろ
I
うと
sighed
す
in
る
relief
私を
as
見て、
I sighed in relief and made myself
男の
relax
子
for
の
the
お
first
母
time
さ
in a
んが
long time.
疲れているみたいだけ
Such
ど
a sweet time
大丈夫です
has
か
passed by in a blink of an
と
eye.
声をかけてきた。家が近いか
Excuse me,
ら
is the time
休んで
okay?
いって
I
く
was
ださい
asked.
と。自
I
分で
looked at the
も知
clock
ら
and
な
there
いう
was
ち
only
に
1
疲れ
hour
が溜ま
left
ってい
till
た
the
こと
end of
に
the
気
visit
づき、
time.
お言葉に甘えて家に少しだけお邪魔するようにした。お
It
茶
didn't
と
feel like I
ケー
stayed
キを
that
出して
long.
もらい、久しぶりにほっと息をついて休んだ。そん
It'll
な
take 30
甘い
minutes
時
from
間
here to the
は風の
hospital.
ように過ぎ去っていったようだ。
I left
時
the house
間
immediately.
大丈夫ですかと声をかけられ、はっと
I forgot to say a
時計
proper
を見た
goodbye.
時には面会時間まであと1時間という時間になっていた。ほんの少
Soon I
し
turned
立ち
around
回り
and there
が
was no
そんなに
house.
時間が経っていたのか。
Ooh.
ここ
But
か
I had
ら
no time to
病院
think
までは
about it.
30分かかる。すぐに
My
家
cell
を出
phone
た。
rang as I was rushing back to the
挨拶を
hospital. I didn't notice the
きちんと
soft
しな
sound
か
in
っ
my
た。
pocket.
そう思
When
い
I
振り
arrived
返ると
at
そこ
the
に
hospital, a little boy who looked like my brother stood in front
家
of the
はなか
door.
った。し
I
か
found that
し気に
strange
する
and
暇
approached
はな
him.
い。急い
I
で
felt
病院に向
the
か
I
ってい
felt like
る
the
と
little boy
携
asked,
帯電
"What
話
were
が
you
音を
doing
か
when
け
I
た。
was suffering in pain?"
ポケッ
I
トで
entered
小
the
さ
hospital
く
in
な
a
った
hurry,
音
but it
に
was too
私は
late.
気づかなかった。
I called my
病
brother's
院に
name
着
and
くと
cried loudly.
ドアの前に兄弟に似た小さな男の子が立っていた。不思議に思って
Why?
近づくと男の
At
子
that
が
that moment, I felt something come in.
そんな風に
It's the caps
言ったよう
again.
な気がした。慌てて病
Min
院に
was
入
in
ったが
capital letters.
もう手遅れだった。
Ooh.
私は兄弟の名を叫び大声で泣いた。どうして
Let's continue.
その瞬
Coming
間
inside me.
だが
Oh?
私の中にスーッと入ってきた感覚があった。
Huh? Since then, my
それ
brother
か
is
ら
always
兄
watching
弟
me
は
by my side.
私のそばで私をずっと見ている。ずっ
Always.
と。
Oh. Nuh-uh. Don't you do this to me. So what was capitalized was toe? And min. Does that mean something? Hmm. Min? I don't know if I looked around with the UV. I think so. What have we not done yet? I only have the 2 flashlights. Is there something I'm forgetting? Something back here, maybe? Huh. Let's go to the... Can I go this way? There's something over here. Oh? Bicycle lock. don't have anything. So we have the key that we need. Why am I frozen? Why am I frozen? Thank you. I don't know why it's doing that. So we have that bicycle lock, the key that we couldn't grab, and then the weird maze door that we need the UV light for. And to duty, the spaghettis were delicious. Lala, Katie, what are you two going to get? I have no idea. I have no idea what I'm gonna eat tonight. Unless my mom gets something, I might just have like, why am I blinking like that? I might just have like noodles or something. I have these like spicy noodles that I buy in bulk. They're so good. I don't know the brand. I don't know where to go. Oh man. Excuse me, maybe there's something at the vending machine? Oh, sorry. Oh, come on. Come on, there we go. Noodles at night. This is a bit heavy for me. Yeah, I'm too lazy to cook anything, so I just make noodles. Or I just eat whatever's in the fridge, even if it's not like actual food. Like I've been buying those like nacho Lunchables. They're so good. Fucking love the nacho Lunchables. I don't know what it is. They're just so yummy. The other Lunchables are kind of mid. I loved them when I was younger, but it's not really something that I like want to go out of my way and buy, except for the nachos. Food is food. True. Facts. I wonder what's over here. No, just a dead end. Okay. Alright. God, we make the sharpest turns known to man, I swear. Anywhere else I can go? I don't see anything. Is that our car? I guess so. Home in. Chemical. I wish I could read. Oh, are these like supporter items or is it just little guys? I'm guessing because they're so well detailed, I'm guessing these are like supporter items. I'm not sure. Where's the other one? Some of the lights lit up differently. I don't think I can do anything. Oh, we're gonna have to eat today? Probably a sandwich. You need to eat something. I feel you. I, like, almost forgot to eat before stream, though. Trying to think. Do I look up a guide? I'm just gonna... Don't tell anyone. I'm just gonna look up a guide. Radio station. Guide. Okay. Don't tell anyone, chat. Don't say anything. There's 3 endings. And on the payphone. Go to the vending machine. Solve the puzzle? Wait. Wait. Go to the vending machine and click the UV flashlight. Is it on the far left rear vending machine? This one or this one? How did I not see this? Am I blind? Is it 2? Is it 2143? One 324? 4213? Am I stupid? 3124? Wait. Did I do that? Okay, it's not 2143. Or 2. What did I do that? 4213. 2143. No. Is it like 3142? Why? Eva Chicken Mom! Am I stupid? Combination have I not tried? One, two, one, 4, 2, 3. What's the puzzle here? I need to input these. But I don't know what order. r/KitCatSwag. Is she stupid? Imagine we had r/KitCatSwag. What would people even post there? Ugh, big stretch. If I ever make it to Twitch partner, I'll make a subreddit. How about that? Be on Circle of Hell. I figured it out. What is it? I thought I inputted everything. I tried 2143. No. 3142. No. I would post small cats. That's fair. The cassettes have the same. Oh! Oh, I'm so stupid. Thank you. Alright. Is there anything else to do here? No. Oh. No, I think I need to. Oh. Uh-oh. Chat? Chat, we got a problem. I can't even... I can't go to the menu, chat. Jeremy took all the brain cells. Very greedy. Siri, stop! Just gonna, Shh. You don't see anything, chat. Okay. Nothing happened. Absolutely. Why did I wink like that? Absolutely. But did you last save? I don't know. It like auto saves. There's no like manual saves. We'll find out. So. It took me. Okay, never mind. I don't know why it played the intro. I don't know why it played the intro. Okay. Crisis averted, chat. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I don't know. Everything is okay. Everything is awesome. Oh shit. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. There we go. Okay. I guess the intro is like a reminder of what the fuck is your purpose? Yeah, probably. This feels like driving in an area near me. I hate it. It's like a nice view. Okay. Excuse me. Enter. Okay. I'm back. Excuse me. What's that?
まさきのホラーの話。最近このラジオの反響がすごくて嬉しいばかりです。ありがとうございます。
Hell no,
という
chat.
ことで今回も
Hell no.
やっていきますよ。はい。今回もおなじみラジオネームとうこさんからです。いつもみたいに誰のお話か今回書いてませんね。まあ読みますね。
Just gonna.
両親な
You
ん
know
て
you were in the game. Shut up.
そう思っている。弟を私
I had
は
to protect my
守ら
brother.
ないといけない。それだけだっ
That's
た。
all.
私に
I
は
only had my little brother.
弟しかいなかった。
My friends and relatives, no one was around me.
誰も
Tomino?
の
Unless there was O's in capital letter.
前
There's some in the
の
previous
手
letter
紙でも
too.
何個かありましたね。
Actually, with the monkey emoji.
気にしていると話が止まって
You
しまう。
bullied her and then she disappeared and then I froze.
続けます。
Look what you've done, lol.
私の周りには誰もいな
They're
い。
gone.
いや、いなくなって
When I
いた。
noticed,
気
it
づ
was
い
just my
た時
brother
に
and
は
me.
弟と二人だった。
So rude.
許せなかっ
It
た。
was unforgivable.
何もかも
Everything was.
私の
S is a
私
capital letter.
の怒りはすべてに向いていた。みんな
My anger was directed at every
そう思った。
th.
いつも
everything.
決まった時
We're back.
間。
Everything.
時
I
間
hoped for
時間
everyone's
に手紙を書いた。
unhappy.
丁寧に
Ne?
見えるものすべてを取り込んで。そうした手紙
Unhappiness.
は相手に響く。相手の
As I said, it's a little hard to
読んだ
read when there are capital letters like this. Excuse me.
私たちの世界へごちそうへご
I will continue.
あ
I always
あ
wrote the letter
世界
at
へ
the time
ご
courteously.
ちそうかあやっ
I
ぱり
wrote everything.
カタカナ
I wrote down
入って
everything
る
I
と
saw.
読み間違えちゃいますね。まあすいません。
Such letters
続け
resonate
ます
with the
ね
reader's heart.
ご
I like to see the
ち
person's
そう
face
を
when they
用
read
意
it.
して弟は
Bringing
い
feast
つ
to
も
our
私の
world
隣にいる
My brother was
心
always
配そうな
next to me.
顔をしてそん
with a
な
worried look.
弟の手を私は握る。弟が眠って
I
しま
I
っ
hold
た
his hand.
時、できなかったことを今、
I will do what I couldn't when my brother went to sleep.
苦しみも、苦し
Forget all the
み
grief and sadness. Let it all go with me. People often die around
苦
me.
しみですね。
I wonder if
苦
it's
し
my
み
fault.
も悲しみ
Aw.
も、すべて忘れて、私と共にみんな行こう。私の周りで
You'll
は
see.
よく人
I'm
が
coming
亡
to
く
see
な
you
る。
too.
私のせ
Something's
いな
written
の
at
だ
the
ろうか。
bottom.
ほ
Have you
ら、
read my letter?
あなたにも会いに行きますよ。
Hmm.
下の方に何か書いてありますね。
It's all in capital
を
letters.
見ましたか？あ
Letter?
全部カタカナで書いてありますね。
Do you mean
手紙
this?
読みましたかですかね。
What do you mean?
でも手紙ってこれのことじゃないですよね。何のこ
Letter.
とでしょう。
The capital letters, I'm
ちょっ
guessing.
と、
Okay, I'll look for
探
it.
してみようと思います。あったら
If I
ま
find it,
た
I'll
次
read
回
it next
読
time.
もうと思います。
Okay. Just gonna look at the guy. I'm definitely not looking at a guy. Across the parking lot. Huh? Exit the radio station, and across the parking lot, there's a building? Oh. Across the parking. Oh! Oh. How did I not see this? What did it say? Oh. Something odd about this monitor. Break it! I missed some, but the caps I saw were "oh shell" while actually cheating. What are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Thought I heard something. So loud. Alright, more lore gamers! Masaki's horror story!
始まりまし
Surprise
た。
me.
鬼川正樹です。
SMH.
前回のラジオを聞い
Maybe
て
those
く
who
だ
listen
さ
to the last
った方
show
は
will
わかると思うん
understand.
ですけど、なん
We
と
found the
手
letter!
紙ありました。資料の
I didn't notice
間
it
に
because it
挟
was
まって
sandwiched
て
between
気
the
づきませんで
documents.
した。と
I'm
い
gonna
うこ
read
と
this
で、
letter
今
for
回
today.
はこの手紙読んでいきますよ。前
What kind
回
of
に
story
引
is
き
it this
続
time?
き、今
You
回
missed
はど
a
の
jump
よう
scare
な
there by not
話
looking at
で
the
し
window?
ょう。
I think so.
今回も
This
毎
time
度
as
お
well,
な
it's
じ
a
み
story from
ラ
Toko.
ジオネームとうこさんからのお話です。今
There
回
seems
は
to be
タイトル
something
のよう
like
な
a
もの
title
も
this time.
あるようですね。では早速
Let's start
タ
reading
イ
from
ト
the
ルから
title.
読んでいきましょう。
Oh? How are you doing that with your lips? But that's it? The tape ends abruptly. What happens after that? He was about to read a letter. It should be between some documents. I have to find it. Oh. And some documents. Between some documents. Dude, we're gonna die. Between some documents. We're so gonna die. I saw there were 3 endings, though. The sticky note on the paper. Read this out loud and you'll know why your brother died. I don't like that. Video killed the radio star. Well, I don't know what else to do, so fuck it. Oh, the darkness of little brother burns hot, and the older sister exhales a blue breath. Tanako can't do anything. Tanako leaving alone. Not a ray of light can be seen in the darkness. Is that a monster that I see over there? Even if I invite him, he doesn't move. The ugly side casts off the vestiges. There's no island or color ahead. One bone of a wanderer. Who couldn't keep up with the white rabbit? Who is changing? Is it me? Or is it someone else? Even if you put the monster beside you, reflection in the mirror only shows darkness. I fall and I fall, and yet I haven't fallen. There's nothing at my destination. Toko. I'm so dead. What the? Huh? We're so fucked. What do I do? Oh, I'm gonna get... Oh, hell no. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. No! No! Oh no. Please have mercy on me. Please have mercy on me. What's she doing? Is she drowning us? What's happening, chat? Oh, hello. Haru died! No! I mean, I kind of had a feeling. Well, you know, who would actually read it out loud? Whoa! I heard that the following morning he went looking for the cause of his brother's death. Why him? We were engaged. He can't die so easily. Leaving me behind, I have to find out why he died. No, the cycle continues! Damn, what are the other endings? Huh? Oh! I was supposed to collect the voice recorder. I didn't know I could do that. But again, and find out, we will. Just don't die. How about you get banned? Alright, I think if it saved our progress, I think we'll have enough time to get the other endings. We should, right? Hopefully. Can I skip this? I don't think I can skip this. Oh, do you hear the water? I'm like still moving. That's funny. What the fuck? I was in a short call and you already finished. We got the bad ending. There's 3 endings to this. So, you only missed 1 ending. Do not worry. I like this one. Oh, shit. I like this one, though. It's not, like, as spooky. Well, maybe it would if I actually saw the jump scares. But, it has, like, a nice atmosphere. I really like that. Okay, if I continue, where does it take me? Sorry. Gotta adjust myself. Okay. Where does it take me? Oh, here, okay. Oh wait, can I see the jump scare? No? Okay. Damn, okay. Was it the last one? Comment letter. Ends abruptly. Says I should be able to take the tape recorder. Oh, maybe it's because I haven't found all of them? Wait, where are they? Jump scares while driving? I think so, but I was jamming out, so I didn't see it. It would be spooky if you weren't looking at guides, you Shh! Shh! It's okay. Oh! Wait. I already did that. I didn't know there was a tape there. Yeah, hold up. Cat fraud. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I know where to go. Objectively not okay. A real gamer doesn't use guides. I don't know what you're talking about. When did I ever say I was a real gamer? That's speed. That do something? Can't tell. I don't think so. Okay. Oh. Everything is okay. Everything is awesome. Literally get paid to play games, which makes you a professional gamer. I don't know what you're talking about. If anything, I'm a professional streamer, and I just so happen to I missed my stop. And I just happen to play games. I'm gonna fucking kill this fly. I swear to God. It's a warehouse? Let me in. Did I miss the door? Let me in. Oh my God. Dude, I'm gonna murder you. Is there a tape here? Oh! Why that scared me. Man. Jump scare incoming? Thank you. Wait, wasn't there a note? Oh, I guess just a weird texture. Okay. This means jump scare leaving here. Oh my God. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Jesus. Oh my God. Okay. Let's get out of here. Bye. I turned the wrong way. Everything is okay. I don't know why that scared me so bad. It didn't even like jump at me. It was just there. Why am I frozen? I got jump scared so hard I fucking killed my model. My bad. I'm going right. Yeah. We're indeed. Hi, Monique. Sorry, I'm fucking frozen, but it's such a smug face to freeze on too.
He's pulling his cock out!
Oh God, I hope not. Hi, Monique. How are you? Again, sorry I'm frozen. It'll fix itself in a second. Oh my God! Maybe if you keep throwing shit at me, it'll fucking fix it. Dude, you need to be gone. I'm good. Glad to hear. Dude, I'm gonna kill this. Oh! Oh! Oh, it almost worked! Ah! Why isn't it working? Oh. No. It'll fix itself eventually, maybe. Keep it coming, chat! Maybe it'll fix it! Oh. Oh. Was it always flash? Do I have the tape? Oh, why is it not? Okay, let me just restart. Oh, status connecting? Cannot connect? What do you mean? Should I throw stuff at you IRL? Will that help? I don't think so. Why can't it connect to my computer? Huh? Let me hold on. There we go. Okay. Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oopsie. Okay. Wait, what do I have? Is this not a tape recorder? No, it is. I think now if we read it, it's different. Oh no, my brother died. Read the letter. Excuse me. Okay, we already read this. Wait, little brother brings. Wait, Tanako can't do anything. Oh no, this is the same. Oh fuck, sorry. The monster I see over there? Okay. I can't skip this, so. No ASMR from Lucy. Bro, fuck off. Fuck off. I will get the electric fly swatter. I swear to fucking god. Hey. Hey. My back hurts. I don't know why. I'm not even shrimping that much. I have the tape recorder. I have to go to the bathroom. Hello. You want to show yourself? I have to go to the bathroom so bad, chat. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, wait. If you read it, you'll die. I don't have much time left. Oh, snap. Ooh. I think my calibration got messed up. Is the tape recorder gonna get, like, messed up? Oh, hello. Give us a kiss. I got 2 achievements for that. Have you guys heard about the darkness of Tanako? No clue. What is it? Isn't that if you read it, you're doomed thing? What do you mean by doomed? Someone is singing about the darkness of Tanako. I've heard that you shouldn't read it out loud, but no one knows what the original poem is because the darkness of Tanako's added lines are changed by many people, right? So it's a poem? No! What should I do? I was fooled into reading it, or reasoning it out loud. Reading it out loud, I think is what I meant to say. The darkness of Tanako. Little brother burns hot, and the older sister exhales. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Uh-oh. That's not funny. You think you're doing us a favor, well, you're not. What if someone reads it? Rip, Lamau. Oh, okay, it's like a text. Okay. Did you know they found a voice memo that says not read the darkness of Tanako was found? My first time hearing about the darkness of Tanako, and I'm freaking out. I'm gonna read it. Stop! Seriously! Just let them do whatever. They're gonna read it anyways. Who's the person who recorded it? What happened to that person? I heard that the person read The Darkness of Tanako and recorded it right away because he thought it was dangerous. You shouldn't read it. If you read it, you're doomed. Are basically the same. You should be more specific about what will happen. Aren't they awesome? Respect. Those who read The Darkness of Tanako aloud will die. So, the painting looks freaky AF. Wait, what painting? Is that like an actual thing? Ooh. a real thing. Oh, interesting. We're just gonna stare at a black screen. There we go. Okay. I don't want to sit through this again, but I can't seem to skip it. I'm just gonna. Okay, what do I do for the last ending? Oh, okay. Okay, I think real quick, I'm gonna like go AFK because I have to go to the bathroom so bad. But I'll get the last ending, even if it goes over my usual stream time. The last ending is you drive away into the sunset. Okay, let me throw that. And where am I at? Oh. Oh, I'm here. Did I get the... Okay, I got the thing. Okay. Oh, how do I get out? It was like... Oh, I don't think it matters. Okay. Okay. Ad break? Yeah, I should probably play an ad break in case it goes over stream, because I don't want an ad break to play during the ending. So I'll do that real quick, and then I will see you guys in a minute.
I'm not gonna say what it is, but I felt it very important to share.
I forgot. Sorry, you literally just joined me while I like went to go AFK. Sorry. Let me read it out. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I felt it very important to share that Katie's the worst Steam username. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you for the 25 months. Thank you. But I do need to AFK real quick though. So it's so bad. Shut up. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, gamers. Hold shit, gamers. Hold shit. Your mic was cut out. Oh. Okay, let me try and do it like a metal voice. Because the world is full of horrible people. I can't. No, I can't. If I could learn how to do like, or maybe like a scream voice. Okay, back. Yeah. Well, I guess it's alright then. I need to learn how to do like one of like those like screamo growls. That was so metal. Thank you. And I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. That's not even all. Zoom in over there. Oh my god, it's Ghostman!
There. Blooming hell, I'm pregnant with an alien baby.
Oh.
Orb, what have you done to me?
Oh?
Dot dot dot. Damn it. Silent treatment after all we've been through. What's happened to me now? I've seen many a film. An alien pregnancy is always a disaster. How many tentacles will it have? How do you get child support from alien dads? Blow me now, I'm pregnant with an alien baby.
God fucking damn it.
I'm a turning green, or is it just...
It's almost Valentine's Day.
Valentine's
You dunderhead.
No, it's not.
Let's get him next time. For sure, Chompy.
Next time. Oh no!
Green Grub Grocery. What a beautiful day, guys. Clean. I thought that said clean sluts. God, I would go to a store called Clean Sluts. Okay. Okay. William!
Bittersweet, but fitting.
No! The gnome right after the, like, intense, like, or, real quick. I haven't started the timer, by the way. I'm still prepping. Alright. Alright. Yeehaw! Oh my god. Is that what you wanted? Yeehaw!
No, you will not lay a finger on my daughters. What? Daughters? Who was that?
Years old when I went to see Pokemon, the movie. And this scene awoke something in my body. For some reason, my tiny penis became stiff. I began peeing uncontrollably. A full bladder's worth of piss soaking through my Pokemon printed shorts, trickling down the chair. My mom noticed the smell and berated me. Anon, are you pissing yourself? She tried to get me to go to the bathroom, but I
Chubb's posted the rest.
Screamed and shouted to keep on watching the scene. I began spraying even more boy piss at her and on some other members of the audience. Ushers came in to take me to the bathroom. I began pissing even harder and started shitting furiously. No. Want to see jars on? I'd scream in between leaky shits and blasts of piss. Eventually, took 5 ushers, my mom, and a bystander, moved me from the theater, getting me to change my soiled clothing.
Okay. I found out how to replay, to replay alerts. It took me like a couple minutes here. I'll do this for you.
You're disgusting. Give me $200.
I'm not gonna say what it is, but I felt it very important to share that Katie has the worst Steam username ever.
Okay, there we go. Again, third time having to hear that. Yeah, thank you for the sub. I love you, and I hope you're doing well, Godface. Oh, I know what to do. Okay, we gotta. The game's muted. Oopsie. Okay. So we gotta go back to the station again. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. Dancing in September. I don't know what the fuck. Why am I frozen? Oh. I'm gonna. Why am I frozen? What is the scuff? It says it's connected. I don't know why it's doing that. I mean, you look at the back window while driving, you can't really see anything. Yeah, like, you can't really see much. Okay, am I back? No. What is happening? You know, it's fine. Usually I see your fucking mushroom popping out saying you're playing Power World or whatever you get hyper fixated on at the time. Oh yeah. I always forget that's my icon. Sorry I'm frozen, by the way. So the radio tower, so there's a key near it. Oh? Oh! Oh. I'm gonna be honest, my face was my reaction to that. My frozen. Okay, let me restart VTube Studio. Why is it doing this? I don't know if it's the game or if it's my shitty internet. Maybe I should start doing like USB connection. That might be better. Alright, sorry, I'm coming back. Give it a second, chat. Give it a second. Internet is fine here. Yeah, I don't know. I think, not like the internet, but like my phone's connection to the internet. Okay, there we go. Let's calibrate. Duff. Oh, yeah. Okay. Save it. Ooh. Ooh. Excuse me. What? Where'd they go? Oh. Oh. Trash tongs? Oh! Wait, we can use this! Wait, hold on. Before we go up. I know where to use this. Leave. Hello, Cypress! We doing more indie horror games? Hell yeah! I haven't, like, streamed them in a while, and I kind of, like, miss them. Oh, I forgot to- oops. Oops. Not bad. But how are you, Cypress? I hope you're doing well. Oh, there we go. Our truck's a little wonky, but it's okay. It gets the job done. Definitely not that way because I've been ramming it into the side rails for, like, an hour. Alright. Alright. It's, like, hard to see the, like, trash icon. I don't even think I acknowledged it before. I think I accidentally found it last time. Doing good? Glad to hear. There we go. There we go. Oh! Behind you, shut up. Come on. There we go. Dude, our car is like hanging on. Seriously? There's nothing here. Unless you mean in the game. Oh. In-game goober? Yeah, there's nothing here. Enter. Okay. Oh! Oh. Oh my god. Alright, I got the keys. Yes, leave. Oh. Yeah, okay. Let's head back now. Sorry about stuck in my head. I probably should just play the song, but nah. We've had— oh! I turned too far, my bad. Alright, come on. Come on. There we go. My back hurts so bad. Oh. Everything is fine. Everything— come on. There we go. I wish I could see what this looks like on the outside. You know how terrible I'm driving. Or, I mean, good. I'm a good driver. Okay, we're coming up to the station. There we go. Enter. Can you stream a racing game? I want to stream Mario Kart so bad, but it's still like $60 or something. Maybe not 60, but it's still so expensive. I love Mario Kart. Fine. Okay. Ooh. Reverse tape. Wait, what's this key for? Padlock. Oh, was I supposed to open the padlock back at the trash place? Oh, my bad. I thought I'd use it here. Sorry, let me go back and do that real quick. For the Game Pass, so you could play a Need for Speed game? I mean, I guess. I just want to stream Mario Kart. One of these days, I'll get Mario Kart. I'm just worried that it's been so long that I feel like if I get Mario Kart now, that, they're gonna come out with, like, a new one or something, and I'm gonna be really angry. See how you fare in one of those realistic racing games? You want me to get, like, the like, wheel set, like, the steering wheel set up? Come on. There we go. Our car is struggling. I don't really blame it. Come on. There we go. Using the wheel when we had one. Did we have one? I should get one. And then get like a step thing. I don't know what they're called. Oh. Okay. Use this to reverse tapes. Oh! We have the... Fix tape. Nice! Okay. Okay. Just forever ago? Got you. Alright, let's head back now. Could be the last thing we need to do, chat. We're almost done. Hey. Oh. How much are they? I'd imagine they're pretty expensive, right? The wheels, I mean. I'll have to look. You're a toddler? When you were a toddler, you would play around with it? That sounds about right. Alright. Okay. Last tape, gamers! Oh? Oh. Last tape. Yeah. Oh. No! Damn. I mean, this is obviously what happened. Damn. I'm not gonna bother reading it because we already read it. Damn. My tab out. Is that gonna fuck things up? No, okay. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh my god. Masaki must have died because he read this. I don't know what power that poem has, but I need to get it examined. I'll take that paper to the police tomorrow. It's too late, and I should go home for the time being today. Sounds good. You don't gotta tell me twice. Alright. Nothing more to do. Go home? Hell yeah. Oh. Masaki Onikawa's brother, Haro, brought a tape to me. He said if you listen to this, you will understand the reason for Masaki's death. I decided to listen to the tape. However, no matter how much I played it, nothing came out and nothing was recorded on the tape. Haro panicked. He seemed to be mumbling to himself. It can't be. Suddenly, he handed me a piece of paper. Masaki died because he read this paper aloud. There was a recording on the tape to back it up. After accepting the paper, Haruko whisked away. He had a severe look in his eyes, but is he trying to make fun of us? The police? There's no way that a single poem written on paper like this can kill a person. Such a thing were to really happen, it'd be a terrible thing. So staring at the paper, a young colleague came over to me. Senpai, what are you looking at? No, I heard that if you read this poem out loud, you die. What? Is it superstition or something? Do you really believe in that, senpai? The junior laughs. Why don't you try reading it, senior? I was told that, but I couldn't bring myself to read it. Of course, I didn't believe him, but are you scared, senior? Then I'll read it for you. Laughing, my colleague picked up a piece of paper. My colleague read the whole thing at once. Nothing happened during that time. I didn't expect anything to happen, but I was a little relieved. Nothing happened. Maybe it's just a prank. I was about to say it or not. He suddenly screamed and collapsed. He never came back. When I noticed, the paper was gone too. What was that poem about? Ooh. Did we get all the endings? Wait, what's the third ending? It says it was ending 1, but I thought I already got ending 1. Am I crazy? Oh, I guess I got it all! No, I got it. I can't speak. I got it all. Oh, okay! We did it twice! Alright, I am eepy. Curious if there's anyone live. We did it, chat! We got all the endings! I do see one person that we could raid. Well, the painting? I don't- what was it called? Wait, what was it called? I do not remember what the painting was called. Darkness of Tanako. I sent you the thing. Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh. I feel like I've seen that before. You cursed? Interesting. Got you. Is Tamina's Hell the real one? Interesting. I've never heard of that. Interesting. I assume that's what the... Oh! Tomino's Hell? Oh! That makes sense. I knew that they had some meaning, but I didn't know what. Okay, chat. What seems more interesting to you? Minecraft or, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? Right. Which one sounds more interesting? So I'm torn between two people to raid. Minecraft or Ace Attorney? Oh, big stretch. Attorney at law doesn't answer my question. Okay, if no one says anything, I'll go with the Minecraft one. The foreign, Ace Attorney? Okay, we'll do the Ace Attorney one. Like any other foreign urban legend, you dig voluntarily to find that stuff. Got you. Okay, if that's the case, then I haven't rated this person in a while. Okay. You will go raid Vienno, who's playing Ace Attorney. Free shout message. If you're not sub, second raid message is for sub. I will see you gamers tomorrow. We're gonna play. Oh, why can't I copy my own raid message? Hello? Okay. Yes, Vienno is streaming. I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh, let me go to the intermission. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be sure to go show Vienno some love. I'm not in the picture. There we go. Okay. Be sure to show Vienno some love. I will see you gamers tomorrow. And hopefully by then I'll have my Picardo command set up and I can start plugging that. So yeah, thank you so much for being here, gamers. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Go show Vienno lots of love. Goodbye! Goodbye!